That is awesome. So try to, yeah. I'm just going to that. Like, because I have to say all of it. So it's not a good sense. Not interpreted as a person. Like, even though we did all this, it's still not going to understand. I still, but I didn't like, and I was able to make it work with them, like, just from experience. When I come and teach, just understand that I have come to experience and they learn. So they get to understand. So the understand doesn't it, isn't it weird? Because we do so,
because you say like, so the integration side, but so you actually force actually pull the things apart whenever you want to. But especially with when I'm teaching this form, I try to make the police, but what I know.
Yeah, it's not it's what you know, because like how we talk, like you know, and you can understand why you do things. Yeah, and even as well, as you just said, they are turned on.
Why? You know? Because when I do the reflection, I was reading, because I was saying, doctor versus, you know,
you can repeat a number.
The whole thing at the end of the lesson, or at the end of college or wherever, they would have so that you're not motivated because the requirement purpose.
So I hope because all this everything these two days, they how many years from with the place for alright, let's say I see and it's still kind of estimated how long it takes to walk. It's still kind of but it's even I can't estimate how much you have time to feed, how much you can do anything to buy. Is not how much drink or sugar if I have this is the side
Yeah, you sent the email yesterday.
It's really and as you said, that we have to start from
I feel cheated because I'm saying, why do I don't know what's there. I don't remember I remember I saw my bathroom and I was in the job. So I take the video, but I don't remember because connects with anything. It's just I'm like, I'm not trying to be a teacher. What I'm going to do is all the teacher want to.
It's so good.
why I'm teaching. First, hey, but you can't even Sure.
It just, yeah, some courses, you see, that we did up here. I went one of the extra.
How many days?
Yeah. I canceled something, and that was not coming here. Because I was in trying to see, get this whatever. And that gone again. So we just get lost. Okay, then I didn't put a slot in it. It's not. I don't, it's just, I get so cool. It's wrong.
The I'm ready to get into 15 at this point.
Okay, you combination.
And you can make something, right?
Like, yeah, yes, this is.
All right, Joseph,
Yeah,
are you finished with your for activity? Not yet?
no, I'm actually doing it now.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Christiana.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey,
We missed you yesterday. Where were you?
Carnival.
Canada.
Which carnival?
Yeah.
Carnival.
Yeah.
You missed math class for carnival?
Yeah.
No, it's not me. The place was closed.
Okay, all right. You're forgiven.
Can the numbers be repeated?
No.
No. Okay.
Oh, like, yeah, I was supposed to have like 069.
Miss McCarthy.
159.
Oh, yeah, the next. Oh. Yeah?
How did you pick your groups? You put them in a hat?
What did I was that? I didn't
Your
hear that.
groups. Your groups. How did you pick your groups?
Okay, the groups. I know I did not do that. So, for example, I know what I try to see. I don't want to put the two males together because they'll talk a lot about football and they get the work done. Yes, oranges.
All right, no problem. Let's ask.
So, would you have preferred to work with Rick?
No switching. There's no switching, Ms. McCarthy.
Yes, Crystal, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Okay, you
Don't worry about it.
Can I get some volume, please?
It's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll take my licks as they come.
kind of conspired. Like, shush. Thought we all were friends.
Yeah.
So I guess you guys saw the assignment sheet.
Thank you, Lord.
You're killing me, Miss McCarthy. You're killing me. It's all right.
I want to say, I don't approve of what you did yesterday.
You gave me judges. I could have been putting you there. That's so nice.
I don't approve of what you did yesterday.
Let me see what you did. 7, 8, 8.
Okay, so Bermuda, St. Lucia.
Separated.
Yeah.
I figured that you guys have seen the assignment schedule.
Oh, I'm just looking at it. I realize we have a test.
Yes, you do have a test.
So we have a test today.
Yes, I need to order that test. I think I'll organize for the 9th. But I didn't go about doing that yet. But I'll let you know when the test is, okay?
Okay.
And for the group work, Cynthia, I'm concerned about you and Adrian. Do you see that you're in a group with Adrian?
I just saw it.
Yes. I don't know if you can find a way to communicate with him, or do you think it'll be a challenge for you?
Okay, I guess we should Skype. Adrian, is he there?
Not yet.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Adrian. I didn't realize you're here. Adrian, I was saying that you and Crescentiana, you guys are working at assignment 1. It's a group work. I'm asking you if you think that you'll be able to make it work.
Yes, miss, I think so.
Do you have Skype? Can we Skype?
Yes, we could Skype.
Yeah, can I have your name on Skype?
Say again.
What's your Skype name?
Yeah, the phone call.
Can you hear me?
No, say again.
Oh, I was asking you for your Skype name.
Oh, it's Adrian D-U-B.
What's it, Adrian?
Adrian D-U-B.
Okay.
You don't want to be like mom.
No, I'll be.
But you're trying to say.
Okay, the next thing I want you to look at, the next thing I want you to focus on is that even though assignment 3 is due at the end, assignment 1 is due at the end of week 3, do you know that assignment 2 is due sometime next week?
Yes, I just see that.
Yes.
Yes.
And
So assignment 2 is actually due before assignment 1.
3.
One.
So you have 2 pieces of assignment and a text.
We have a.
Miss McCarthy,
Yes, ma'am.
the campus here is closed next week.
The whole week.
COVID.
Give me a second. Give me 1 second.
Did I print it out? Oh, yes, I did. We're going to try.
I believe.
When is it in?
Okay, so Crystal,
The campus where we're at is actually closed for a week.
yes,
Next week?
I just spoke to someone about it. So we're trying to
Okay.
see.
Okay, we just want to give you the heads up in case.
Another question, for the written exam, when will we be taking that?
No, we don't take a day.
He's asking when are we going to take the exam? When are we going to do it?
The exam? That's what you're
Yeah.
asking, Oranges?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so as I was explaining earlier, I'm trying for the 9th.
Okay.
but I haven't arranged that yet, so it's not guaranteed. So by next week, I'll be able to tell you.
All right.
You guys are worried about the little test?
Yes.
Don't be.
So the 1, 2, 3.
Next week. Yes, Simon once breaking up 3 days. You don't have the cake information, right?
Report?
Thank you. That's the issue. Cake for one. I'm like, it's more always said.
I talked to,
Tomorrow,
Tomorrow.
Friday.
oh,
And tomorrow's Friday.
Yes.
Alright, are we finished with the first activity? Are we finished?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And are you still working, Adrian?
Miss, I was actually reading through the assignment sheet.
Okay, can you finish that? Then can you try the activity for me, please? You have 5
Yeah,
more
sure.
minutes.
It might be either 02 or 01. It might be, that might be it. I don't know. If
Any
the
question?
correction is,
How
I'm
many
wrong.
days of their, I'm thinking 15, like adding 3
Three
digits
digits.
I may be missing.
Well, I'm saying, I think I can remember the format, it's a contradiction. We can use that.
Screen, miss.
Only 3, Adrian?
Screen.
Screen, it says
I'm
screen.
not seeing the board.
Oh, you're not seeing he's not seeing the board.
I mean, every answer's not correct. You bring in slide in? He left it yesterday.
Okay, so did you all get a chance to get your CXC syllabus? CXC syllabus?
Anyway, we have to go on.
I had,
You have a CXC syllabus? Jumbo, how you must come to class and do your homework?
CS,
I
I have my
What would you do yesterday?
Exactly. Jumbo is a computer to grow.
okay. Okay. Whatever.
See what else.
Great, you look through the formula, or did it like?
I know there's a phone they can do it, but I can't remember the phone off the top of my head. It's been a while. I can't remember the permutation.
Right? Yeah, I don't know the answer, but I just wanted to know. For me to decide. So I think it's good. It's good. I'm trying to.
Can you use a number for it?
So you can't use non-plus.
Serious.
Plus five, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Same
saying like
thing.
this.
no, you can't use it.
How much? No, it's different number. I'm sure you're gonna break my twice in the number.
Plus five. Yeah, that. 9 plus 0.
No, don't know.
9 plus 4. 8 plus 7 plus 0. 8 plus.
I'll say the pattern.
F1 stay and it's gonna stay in.
8 plus 4.
So if you go do that again.
Okay, now I'm on 7. Sorry, that's right.
Alright, so we should be done by now. Are we finished working now? So like you need 2 more minutes?
Yes, miss. 2 more minutes.
Alright, 2 more minutes. Literally 2 more minutes.
Six plus 5 is 11. So you got 7 plus 6. 7 plus 5.
Yep.
And then that's what you got for these stuff.
Currently in the notebook. Alright, so we're not.
Okay, and then sorry.
In one, what do I call this? Is the
Well, 11.
currently you can have 7 2 times.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's one. Yeah.
9 plus 2 plus 4, 9 plus 3,
So you can duplicate them.
9 plus 3.
Plus 9 plus 6 plus 3 is 9 and 7.
Then you can't use that one. Because you have to use 6 twice.
You're right, 6 plus 3.
9, plus 6.
So 6 of them has 1.
Yeah. It's,
You're right, because it's right. So it's
but you, no, you can use 6 plus 3 plus 4.
6 plus 5.
Oh,
6 plus 5 plus 4.
No,
no, maybe, yeah,
but I tell you, I told you.
yeah, take that.
Right, so
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's 11. 8 plus 2 plus 5. It's more than 8. 8 plus 2 plus 5.
Yeah, I have that.
8 plus 2 plus
It's
4.
not 11.
So, like that. I have 8 plus 7 plus 0. So I have plus 6.
13. 4, 8 plus 2 plus 4 plus 7.
Yeah, I think roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not 11.
1, 2, as well. I had 8 plus 6.
This one, you added this one twice.
What you have in the 8, because the 8 is where I want. Whatever.
I got 8 plus 7, then I have plus 0, 8 plus 6 plus 1. Then I have 8 plus 5 plus 2.
8 plus 4,
Then I have 8 plus 4 plus 3.
8 plus 2 plus 5.
And the same thing, I was adding 8 plus 5 plus 6.
I'm sorry. Okay, so it is 10. That was my only one. Sorry, you're right.
What was the 11th one?
The 7 plus 4 can is numbers twice.
Why am I not 10?
Crystal,
Yes,
how many ways did you get?
I have 10. And
10.
I'm missing.
Alright. How did you go about getting your answer? Did you look for a pattern? Did you just do this randomly? What did you do? How did you go about getting your answer?
Trial by error.
Alright.
I just grouped them up in series of 9, 8, 7, and 6.
Okay.
Oh!
But I'm pretty sure that's a pattern.
Okay, alright, good. Arantas, it's your turn. How many ways did you get Arantas?
11, but I think I just remembered. Hold on. You said 15, right? Let me, isn't it? I got 11.
What did you do? How did you come by the answer? What did you do?
Oh, sorry. Randomly, but I think I just remembered. I didn't randomly, but I think it's a formula that everybody use. I just remembered it. I'm not sure.
You used the no. How did you come up with the answer? What did you do to get the answers?
Oh, I did it randomly. Sorry.
Oh, you did it randomly. All right.
Yeah, but
Rick?
I just remembered I could do something else.
Okay.
I guess.
How many did you get, Rick?
10.
10. What did you do to come up with that answer?
Just continuously adding through numbers. See if they get 15.
Okay, so it's very random. You didn't search for any pattern or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
I see a pattern now.
Okay. Adrian,
Yes.
what did you do? How many ways did you get?
Got 98.
98. All right. Tell us how you got so much. What did you do?
I did a first series and then I tried to predict a pattern with the numbers.
Could you explain it a little bit more?
I started adding 0, for example, 0 plus 1 plus 14. Until I went.
Okay, so Adrian, that is what is wrong. You're supposed to, once you start to have 14, this is 2 digits. It says how many ways are there of making 15 by adding 3 digits of 14 is 2 digits.
Okay, I didn't see that, miss.
Okay, alright. No, because it's 2 different numbers. Yeah, but it should be a 1 digit number. Alright, so Adrian, did you see your error there?
I didn't see that, miss. Sorry.
Okay, alright, no problem. Crescentiana?
I have 8 because at first I didn't see that it had to be just 3 of the numbers, so I was just there randomly working, and then now I saw 3, so I cut it down, so I only have 8.
Okay. All right. Kezia, 10. What did you do? Tell us what did you do?
I basically did the same thing that Crystal did. So I started off with 069, then I made 1 digit remain, and then increase 1 digit, decrease another digit. Then after I've done that, then I choose another number to stay, and then increase, decrease.
Yeah.
All right, Jola, tell us how they got a 34?
I start off with basically the exhaustive. Start off with 0.
I need it negative numbers.
So these are 1, 2, 3, 4.
This are 1. 1 set, 0 plus 9 plus 6 is 1. 0 plus 2 plus 7 is 1. It's a 2 numbers.
But be careful. Okay.
9 plus 5 plus 1, 8 plus 6. I never really, after the notice the pattern, 9 5 9 but never really did that. I just did exhaustive.
I can't really hear him. I can't hear you, Jamel.
Yeah, turn the other way.
Yes.
So,
And then
yes.
But me just write out the exhaustive.
Yeah.
What they really, after it, it's a pattern.
Yeah, so you need to go through and strike through some of them.
Yeah, I notice like 6 6 1 over,
Alright.
but I don't really know explain.
So you strike the one and get 34?
I'm not for right it up.
He did it wrong because he did it like. But he did like.
Answer share his solution on the board. But the important thing is this. When we're doing a solution, we have a solution set like this. We need to try to identify a pattern. Why is that important? Can someone tell me? Why would it be important for you to at least try to identify a pattern here?
So you have missed on.
You don't miss any. So if you have a pattern, that pattern will ensure that you get everything. Alright? You're more likely to be accurate if you use a pattern. Well, let's see what we have smart in the situation.
Let's go outside. Let's take from over here.
Yes, definitely.
Alright.
No.
I started out this sequence was that I started off with, I think my first number was 0, what the other numbers could be. So I started off with the biggest number, 9. So I know it's 0 and 9, and then 9 plus 6 would give me 15. And so I thought that one set. First, I have to build it up first. After a couple of again, set the pattern after.
Alright?
And
So that
then,
you start off randomly first.
yeah,
Okay.
build it on. And then, so if I have 9 plus 6, 15, then I use 8. And I say 8 plus 7 plus 0, 15. And then after it, I notice that when I get 7, 8, I instead don't repeat it. So that was just the only solution for 0 with other numbers. I use 1, and I start off again with 9. 9 plus 5, 15.
No,
9,
4.
eh?
4.
9 plus 5 plus 1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It actually go down.
15, yeah.
Actually, that's it here. The pattern we notice that this will go down 9, 6, 9, 5,
Yeah.
9, 4, 9, 3, 9, 2, 9, 1, 9, 0. That's it here over here would be 8 plus 6.
6.
And Ms. McCarthy said don't use 7 because she said it was repeating, so again we have to stop right here, so because they don't repeat the digits. 2. Oh, I was going to build the next column just to know how much numbers. So like for example, 0 plus 9 plus 6 would be one set, 0 plus 8 plus 7 would be another set. So 2 ways for that. Right here, I have 2 ways again. 2 madam, 9 plus 4. Push up over this. You have 8 plus 5 and then you have 7 plus 6. Afterwards, I know someone could have get the pattern 93, 92, 91, 93. Someone could have just started that next.
Alright. So, can you guys establish any other pattern? But if Joe continue with this pattern, maybe this one number to be repeated. So we would have to go through and strike to the one that are repeated.
That one.
Are we following that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so yes, miss. Okay.
Yes,
Well, look at
sir.
this. You're gonna have 4, 4, and 7, 4. So
Oh,
some of
okay.
these have to be striked out. Look at this. 9, 3, 3. So you have some that means
Oh.
there. So this pattern can work, but you have to go back through and take out that
Oh.
song. Is what I'm saying?
So it actually big.
And then even down, you'll probably see that.
But I have to take out try them. 31.
Not necessarily, because even when you get back to 9 again, and 9 push.
No, 605.4.
Yeah.
So I just the one which one? The one
And
this one. This.
So somebody gets to come out.
The third.
It's a good pattern. I don't know, I'm not sure of that.
I third said after that.
Alright, everyone. Yes, Tuesday, was it Tuesday? Thank you, Jomo. Thank you very much, Jomo. The students, they're trying to figure out when they can get their recordings.
But recording on your class by Fred,
Alright.
the last one. That was on Monday,
Tuesday.
by Fred.
Alright, thanks. Alright, so on Tuesday, we're looking at some misconceptions and likely errors that students made during doing some CSEC questions. So we were now at equations and what? We have 2 things left to complete.
you had
Simplifying and
simplifying equations and functions and relationships.
Yes.
Yeah, really.
Santana,
Yeah?
when you Skype Adrian, right? For the assignment, ask him for the notes that he got on Tuesday, okay?
Okay.
Ask him to explain what he did on Tuesday.
Okay.
So we have the topic. We have likely errors.
I think that's one like human.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm passing this conception.
Almost have to go back.
And then we had students.
We did the simultaneous function and relation. Simultaneous fusion, function and relation.
Left over from Monday. Function relations and Smuggler's equation. So I'm going to ask you to do the activity now. You're going to look for the likely errors or possible misconceptions with in students learning and understanding these topics, and then you're going to also think of methodology or strategies you can use to correct these misconceptions. Some of you might have done it already. I don't know, but
Like arrows. What we done?
did you do the strategies already?
Algebra.
Oh, shoot, I read some wrong.
Where do we look for these, Miss McCarthy?
Where do you look for those?
Uh-huh.
In your brain, from experience.
Oh, okay.
So what do you notice? What does somebody when you're teaching these, when you're let's say a grading student's paper, or when you're walking through and looking at their work, what are some of the things that you notice that they do that are not correct?
What's the first one?
Simultaneous equation.
Okay.
Oh, like how people.
What are some of the errors? And they're the common, especially the common ones.
We have to change let's say.
Well, for me,
So you're going to write first, because you're going to write the errors, Presentiana. When you finish writing the errors, then you're going to think of a method, or come up with a strategy that you could use to correct this error or these errors.
okay.
That's a big part of the whole thing.
What is that one?
Simultaneous. Huh? Or it could be interpretation. Yeah. Cause problem. How do you engage?
Suppose that you multiply.
Oh,
Say, all right. You will get 12. Because we're eight.
Like,
So you're going to realize the importance. So the game of it is no fun. It is the way
you do that, get those prepared. You literally get
So because I answer to
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it, Kristen has inside it.
Yeah, I'm sad. I was about to say, you go match it too. I said, this is song. Yeah. I was saying, before I didn't do that, this is song. I was stuck.
Also, so that's
I heard something. I'm just want to start.
Where you been?
You can't stop holding the camera.
Out there.
We can't stop holding the camera.
No.
Out there.
He's not okay.
So, take this. Okay.
So you're saying
That,
Same thing we did last
That's
week,
it.
just
plus minus two.
insurance.
right,
Okay.
and they, a lot of people have to see on it, when they multiply, they don't think you don't mind, so they just multiply expectations.
Unfortunately,
They'll put them up 5 times.
They just multiply it and don't change everything. That's a big problem against it.
Yeah. Only way we can do this because this would be something fundamentally that's good at this.
Right.
You put it in practice, you put it in practice, and we know that talk about things.
But the chances are there, I don't know.
Yeah, there you get that.
Is that
That's a tricky question. I understand the errors they make to allow them to correct it, or show them how to correct it.
alternate angles, corresponding angles.
I get to worry about it, get the answer.
And sometimes they're right to the same as a triangle. No, nobody is word. She's there.
So this is statement, alright? Yeah, because this is statement, so they don't understand alternate angles are, they don't remember these jargons. But little statement, okay, I tried to do and 3. And I realized that the end number was too big, you know, for example. So I need to reduce the number for me to get a 7. So, okay, so I'm gonna try 2 and 1, alright? This is what you know, some little statement has to be an increase. Because it's something I'm teaching children to know how to do.
That could work for my business.
Yeah, the bigger one.
Yes, and the writing down is.
And it's improving number sense too. Because for you to guess, you know, you use guess is not just I'm going to start for a part. You know, you're going to look at the end number and think, if I multiply this back, this number is going to be too big. So it's really helps with the number sense too.
But
Are we finished working?
Yes.
yes,
Brendan, are you finished working?
yes.
Alright, so Casey, you're gonna come and fill out the thing. Jonah, stand up. You know what? Why am I so concerned?
Okay, are you ready to give me?
Who wants to start? Okay, Chrysantiana, since you never come yesterday, you went to Carnival. So starting with you.
Okay, for simultaneous equations, I find that the students work based on more on algorithm and they do not consider the signs in front of the numbers. So say when they set up the two equations and they're subtracting, say, they do not consider the signs in front of their numbers in terms of the coefficient of the variables, and they just work like
Do you teach addition and subtraction? When to add and when to subtract? Do you teach add and subtraction?
Yeah.
Okay.
They don't consider if the number that they're subtracting is negative or if it's positive. They just,
Yes,
if they're adding, they just add everything. If they're subtracting, they subtract everything.
Okay, alright. Integer is it's gonna be basically the whole idea, ignoring the
Elimination important.
yeah. Integers, right? Integers. It's a general thing. It's really is a general thing. Really. So integers are real for you to spend some time on it, right? Any other errors you notice that students regularly make?
Manipulation?
Elimination?
No, manipulation, how to manipulate the problem itself. Just to piggyback over what Christiana said, let's say you have a problem and you have both of them addition and you want to manipulate it to say one of them needs to be subtraction. And when a student multiplies, they forget to put like a negative number, forget to multiply a negative number all the way through. They just multiply the number and don't think about changing the actual sign.
Okay, alright, good. So we come back down to integers. Alright,
Okay.
Any other?
Also,
Two persons are talking. So can one speak first?
Yeah, Christiana.
oh, I was just saying, the students, when they get a solution, they do not verify that it actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Let me get the answer. You don't worry.
Yeah, there. Yeah.
Yes, Rosina, you were saying something also?
I was saying, the language barrier also when you write down the problem, when you go to write the problem down and the students are unable to understand what's being asked.
That's what you're saying. The interpretation of the word, but that's a problem. That really is a sore area. Adrian, do you have anything to add?
Yes. One of the problem is the strategy in terms of which method they choose to use.
What about it, though? What about that? What is the challenge there? I don't.
Miss, you see, some students will use the matrix method here, and that's very time consuming, and in the end they tend to get it incorrect nonetheless.
Alright. Yeah.
And they also will choose, say for example, a substitution method, and they are not good at transposing the equation.
Okay, I understand exactly what you're saying, but the truth is, should I interpret that to mean that we shouldn't expose it to a different method?
Yeah, I think they are exposed to the methods, but they just don't choose the best fit in relation to their strengths and weaknesses.
Yes, students are like that because you'll get a section 2 of a paper and they need to choose a question. And they don't choose the areas that they're really strong in. They just look at this one and say, oh, I'm just going to do this one. So, I mean, what can we do about that though? That's not really a misconception as relates to simultaneous equation though. That's a general thing. You understand what I'm saying, Adrian? It's not really a misconception when as it relates to simultaneous equation. It's a general thing. They just don't know how to make a decision when it comes down to choosing an appropriate method. So it's something that we as teachers need to look at. So we have to teach them exam strategies. So that is important. How do we go about answering examination questions? So if they don't tell them they need to use measurement method, is it the best possible way? No, it's not the easiest and it's not the best way, but if it's the only method I'm sure to get the answer. So if I'm good at that method, I'm sure to get the answer, then I have to use that method. So it's a little bit tricky, if you know what I mean. I understand what I'm saying, Adrian?
Yes, miss.
What am I saying?
I think, well, as for teaching them examination strategies, I think sometimes it's the way in which the question is structured why they end up choosing a different approach. I'm not sure why they just don't stick to one method as opposed to the next.
Nothing is wrong with if I'm able to solve a question, because if I'm able to solve a question several different ways. Because we look at this last semester, we talk about alternative algorithms. So if I'm used to solving a question several different ways, Adrian, nothing is wrong with that. That's a good thing. But sometimes I'm better at one algorithm than the other. So I need to determine. So if students are getting confused as to what to do when, it's a little bit, it's a lack of understanding that would cause that.
Okay.
If I'm very competent at this, and I know the different algorithms and I'm competent at it, shouldn't matter which one I use. I might not choose the one that is going to take up a lot of time, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't really matter. So if I'm having a challenge in deciding what to use and still not getting the right answer, there's a lack of understanding rather than a strategy problem. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
Yes, yes.
Am I clear?
But as you were saying though, it could, that, Adrian?
Yes.
Now I was just saying that knowing which strategy is best could fall in the nonlinear simultaneous equation.
Rather than quadratic.
Right, when they're using elimination there. That method is not recommended. So maybe that could fall into that category.
I understand what you're saying. So if you're doing the quadratic, if you do the quadratic simultaneous equation, and a better method would be the simultaneous, to use the substitution method. Agree with me, Adrian?
Yes, miss.
Yeah, but if I'm doing the linear one, it shouldn't really matter which method. It shouldn't really matter. Because
what do you think when it comes down to the mark scheme? Because for the first section, say my students will be comfortable with the elimination method until at the end of the year when I teach them matrices. Then everyone wants to solve a simultaneous equation using the matrix method, right? But you find out for the mark scheme, based on the fact that, you know, the matrix method can be a bit lengthy, wouldn't you recommend using the elimination method?
As I said before, I'm a believer, Adrian, I'm a believer in exposing students to several different methods. That's what I believe. And for me, the mark scheme should not be so rigid that if I use an alternate algorithm, that it is off. So because sometimes you see, sometimes a student might use the matrix method, it might be a long thing, representing a long thing on the paper, Adrian. But it would take a longer time for that student to try to figure out the factors to use for the elimination method, or to think of what to do, to add or to subtract, or how to subtract properly or whatever. So some persons and people are different and we think differently. So it might be an easy method for you or easier method for you, but not necessarily an easy method for the students. And also, remember, Adrian, the students, you did elimination method in January, and the exam is and you have an exam in May, for example. And in May, you're teaching matrix, solving by matrix. The students are going to remember the last thing you did.
That's what I was thinking.
They're not going to go back to something they did months ago that they hardly remember. They're going to do the last thing. They're going to do the last thing. And it's better for them to stick to that last thing you did and pick up some marks and not to remember any at all and don't do. So it's a tricky situation, though. That's
yes. But the most dominant misconception here, I think, is interpretation when it comes to simultaneous equations. Especially when, whenever students are asked whenever the question reflects a real life situation, they actually don't know how to go about solving it.
How to take a word question and represent it in math symbol. That's a problem. That's a problem with simultaneous equation and worded questions in general. They don't know how to pull from that written language, link that English language to a math language. They don't know how to pull from that, representing using math symbols. So that's a challenge that we have. Teacher, I don't know how we're going to do or what we're going to do to fix that, but it's something that we need to think about. How we're going to, it's a reading problem, you know, I think it's a reading problem. They're not reading and understanding what they're reading. It's a reading.
Well, one way we can do it is to have English class in math, meaning have math terminology class.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree with you. We need to have a reading. When I was in college, they call it reading the content area. When we look at even reading in every subject area. But the thing is this, we have so much to do in the math class. We have so much to do. We have so much. We have to teach them how to think. We have to teach them how to interpret. We have to teach them how to put the facts. We have to teach them the algorithm. So it is so much. So because of the nature of math, they have too much to do already. So it's hard for us to teach them how to read, how to interpret, how to represent, how to make connection, how to it is too much. The algorithm, the concept is too much to do in a little time that we get. So I think that's a major time. There's a major problem. I know that we can do this and we can do that, but time, realistically, is it realistic? Is it real realistic?
Maybe what we can do is to arrange to give them projects, a lot of projects where they go out and do their research on the terminology and how they could represent or stuff like that.
Okay, that's one idea. All right, so can we move on from that?
There was one problem. Let's say, for example, they have 2x plus 3 or 1, 3y, and they're multiplying, let's say, by 6. They want to multiply this by, they don't multiply the 1.
Yeah, I know.
That's so they know.
So they don't see that I'm multiplying the entire. So I'm making this equation 6 times the same, 6 times as large, entire equation. So I can't just make this 6 times as large or this term 6 times as large. For the equation to hold true, you have to make the entire. So we have to explain it to we really have to get it right with them. Because if we just show them we're multiplying, well, what's why? That why there is important. Alright, so we think now the strategies for correcting. So the first likely error is an error of integers. Now integer is a sore area. Just about in all topics students have problems when it comes to adding and subtracting, multiplying and dividing integers. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So my recommendation is this. I would go out, if I were teaching in the high school, I would go out and get some 2-color counters and start to build. And it doesn't matter which class you have. The first class for the year, the first thing I would do is concretize that integer concept. That's the first thing I would do. So I would use the counters so they can see it. And from doing the activities with
What did you call it?
counters. The 2-color counters.
Gotcha. Can you hear Chris and Diana?
-3 plus 5. We can use it. I'm drawing diagrams. We can use diagrams too. So I can use this to represent the negative and this to represent the positive. Can we go down on the board, please? Alright, so if I have -3, I'm representing 3 of this. Alright. So the language that we need to start talking about here is what? Forming 0 pairs. So a negative and a positive symbol give me a pair of 0 pair, a pair of 0 pair, which gives me 0. So what do I have left? 2, and it's toward the positive. So if I have 3 times -2, how do I represent that? It's 3 what? 3 groups of -2. How do I represent this? Is 1 group, 2 groups, and this is the 3rd group of -2. Together, how many negative do I have? I end up with a -6. So if students are seeing it, so sometimes we have to think about, we have to spend the time. I would do first class for every, when I meet them for the first time, I would take the time to develop that integer concept properly. That's what I would do. All right, -3, I didn't do this with you already. How about the meaning of negative? We said that negative mean a change in direction, do the opposite of. So negative mean many different things. So we have to teach the meaning of these things. So we can represent -3 groups. So what we need to represent is 3 times -2. So we represent our 3 groups of -2, which would be this. Agree? Which give me -6. This negative here suggests that I do the opposite. So what's the opposite of -6? The positive 6. And here we put in a number line.
I just thought, whenever you're talking about the color counters,
You can do you do this. So when they get to here, remember this is what they would represent here. So when they get to here, what's the opposite of this? So if you have these negative ones, you exchange them out for the positive counters, the different colors. Depending, the red is normally negative. So they turn them around because they have one color and the other one. So they turn them around to give you the opposite. So I would do that, and then after the activity, I ask them to, so they look for pattern. Can you see any rule? So just in case they don't remember the rule, because they keep telling them this, and negative and a negative give you a positive. It doesn't matter if they're adding, subtraction, multiplying. It doesn't matter what they're doing. They just tell them this, and negative and a negative give you a positive. I don't know if you have that experience.
Yeah.
So we have to do some activity, allow them to write on the things and look for patterns, and then come up with their own rules. So just in case they don't remember the rules, they can go back to the original thing, the basic thing. So it's a sore area. It really is a sore area. Integer is a sore area. So we have to get it right. You don't think this will help? Understanding? Jomie, don't think it will help? Exactly. The stronger ones will move on from that, but the weaker ones will still draw them little diagram thing.
So again, Mr. McCarthy, just to reiterate what you just said, you said to use this as the activity at the beginning to get them to remember the rule.
So you know how as teachers, most times what we do, we walk into the classroom and we give them the rules and we write down the rules. We write down the rules at the corner of the board.
Right.
And then we give them some examples and let them try it. I'm saying that we need to show them why this is a fact. So we need to give them, okay, I would carry my 2 color counters and do the activity with the 2 color counters first. Then I would do it by diagram. And when I move from diagram, I would put a number line to show them that you can represent this on different schools. So if I want to represent this on a number, I can represent this on a number line. This is it. So we can do them on number line also. So there are several. Oh no.
But Miss McCarthy, I have a set of students, Form 1. I did the diagrams with them. I've done the number lines with them. I even did a project where we used balloons, like for the top is positive and the bottom of the basket is negative. I did like all activities with them. And then we went into the rules, and they seem to be okay with it. But then you move on to something else, and they completely forget what you did. Then they were given a test at the end of the month. So if we did it in the first 2 weeks and then we move on, at the end of the month, they did, most of them did horrible. And I'm like, but we did the diagrams, y'all could have drawn diagrams, y'all could have used a number line. I mean, I let them do their own number line. And so I really don't get what is such that they're having such a problem with the integers. And like you said, it is in everything. So is it that, because later on they're going to have to use the calculators anyway, and they're going to forget everything you taught them. So do we introduce them to the calculators at an earlier stage?
No, I wouldn't do that. I understand the problem you're making. There's a research out presenting now. And the research is saying that, and this is even a fact, you can't even do this research on your own. If you should teach a topic now, like integers, and test the students right after, if you did a good job, I'm saying, and test the students right after, you will notice that almost 100% of the class will pass that test. They might pass at different levels, like you have an A, a B, or whatever, but almost 100% of the class will pass that test if you test them right after you teach a topic. But as time progresses, and if they're not doing any work, because a part of math, you have to do practice. So if they're not practicing, because of that lack of practice, they don't remember, so that's another thing. Our brain, some of us, we choose to remember what we want to remember. And we have too many things that we need to remember. So because we have too many things that we need to remember, we don't remember that. So it's not like you didn't do a good job. But if this person is consistent and studying and working, then that student should be able to manage. But what we're trying to prevent is that student who is working but still not understand how this come about, why is this so? Are you understanding the difference with Tiana?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do feel their frustration because I've been there. I've been there where you think that you've done everything possible, but learning is a two-way thing. If you throw the ball, somebody has to be there to bat it. If you know what I mean, it can't work. They have to do some work also.
But then when they go to the higher forms, they're going to be using just a calculator. They're not, even for, you realize like for the simple question for CXC, the first number one or whatever the fraction, the students no longer try to set up their working, they just give you an answer.
But
you don't know whether they were wrong.
Can you also consider that they are still reasoning to put the information into the calculator? Because if they don't put the correct information in the calculator, then they still come up with the incorrect answer. So at this point, you still have to teach them to do the reasoning at the lower level so that when they go to put information into the calculator, they're not coming up with all kinds of information because they'll put incorrect information in. You're going to get an answer, but it might not be correct.
That's a very important point. So they have to, for me, Christiana, the calculator is the last thing I would do. Because even when they go to the multiple choice section of the examination, they need to be able to do this without the use of a calculator. Don't you think so? They need, yeah. So I would introduce them to the calculator at the end because a part of the exam is a lot of things to balance up. It's a whole lot of things to balance because a part of the exam is also the fact that time is a big factor. So if I have a calculator that I can punch in the numbers, why go and work it through? You know what I mean? But the students still need to have that basic understanding, the understanding as to what I'm doing and why do I do it this way. I need to understand how to represent it properly so that I can plug it into a calculator properly. Because if I don't plug it in properly, then I'm going to get the wrong answer anyhow. So it's important for them to truly understand before they start using the calculator. Nothing is wrong with allowing them to use the calculator. In fact, if I'm teaching integer, that's how I would teach it. I'll give them the manipulative, give them a diagram, give them a number line, give them some real life examples, how do you use it in real life, and I'll give them the calculators. I'll show them how to use the calculator properly to get the correct answer. That's important.
Just add one thing. Centeno was saying that they probably don't know how to transfer the integer knowledge to another topic. So like she was saying, the math study when she was doing the integers, but when she move on to a different topic, they don't know how to use it. What I normally do, like if I'm teaching, let's say simultaneous equation and they're doing foolishness for the integers, then I stop the class and I would do a quiz where we do row by row, and we see how fast students can actually answer the questions. So let's say -5 plus 5, and we see which group gets the highest mark and all of that. So what I normally do, if I'm seeing that they're forgetting what has happened before, I just do a quick quiz with them.
Alright, so that's an important thing that can work. But we also have to remember that when we're writing our lesson plan, one of the reasons why we think of prerequisite knowledge is that sometimes for the introductory activity, if you think that students might not remember this, for the introductory activity, remember the introductory activity can be something that you teach them a skill or something, but it can be something that you use to ensure that the prerequisites are in place. So you can give them an activity to reinforce that integer concept before you start teaching, because if not, you're going to have some serious headache in that class. Alright, so verification. What was that again? What was that again? Alright, so look here. I keep telling you people, but some of you don't believe me yet. I keep telling you that guess and check, trial and error, these things are legitimate math problem solving methods that we can use in the math class. If they need to solve a simultaneous equation, I don't know if this will work, but let's say x plus y is equal to 10, we can start off with a simpler thing. Because remember, how do we teach? We start from simple to what? Complex. And next say we have the same x minus y is equal to, I don't know, what? Alright, 7. And just think about just right. Now, you can ask them, what two numbers you add and you get 10, but when I subtract them, you get 7. So they start to think, they start to guess. And alright, you guess that number. Let's plug them into the equation to see if they're correct.
Suppose them have fraction.
Should have that 8.5 or 1.5.
Yeah, but we probably start out with something that the numbers are it can be.
But most times I don't really see where the answers are fractions and this not really.
I'll start like this, so they know that if they go to exam and it's not a complicated linear simultaneous equation, they should know that they can guess it. Or they go to exam, for example, a multiple choice exam. They don't need to be working on. They can look at the answers, just plug in the answers and say they get the 2 end numbers. So it can't be that everything they have to go in is about algorithms only. It's about number skills, about thinking.
The thing is, on the paper, on the front of the paper, there's a clear show, clear work, and whatever.
That's not wrong with that. But even the private paper, if you show us the equal, I don't want equal, then
no, what I'm saying, on the instructions on the paper say they must do this.
Yes, but we got this one right now, x equals this and x.
That's the thing, because if I guess 1, and use 3 and 2, and I plug that in, okay? This did not work. Alright, number 2 law. Let's try 4 and whatever. Alright, this did not work. You might guess again, 2 and whatever. This worked because if you're gonna plug them back into the thing and say, oh, so I got 10, so the x is equal to what, y is equal to whatever. So they have to write statement. We're not saying that you should just guess the answer and write it down. You need to write, because with problem solving, because it's a problem, with problem solving method, you have to you have to teach students how to write this math statement, this statement. So they get the full marks. Once you can show how you get the answer, you get the full marks. And I do believe here that the guess and check their concept is important because students don't understand, and a lot of students don't see that they can get the answer without doing an algorithm. A lot of students can't see that. And some of them, they don't remember the steps for the algorithm. And they can't think of another way to get the answer. Some students are what they call intuitive learning. They can look at it and guess the answer. And you're also building number sense, number skill, that learning to think of numbers and learning to manipulate numbers. Any question?
No.
As far as Adrian?
Yes, that's.
What was I saying?
You're saying that it's important to teach students to apply, guess and check methods, because sometimes they may forget the procedure of an alternative algorithm. And once they can present their methods or maybe write the statements how they derive the answer by guessing, then they can get full marks.
Yes, because a lot of the challenges that students don't remember because we teach them some standard algorithm. They walk in the exam and they don't remember the algorithms. And so they don't know what they don't know what else to do because they don't remember how to do simultaneous equation. But if you teach them that they can think about it and think it through to get the answer, then they'll be able to manage. You think, do you share the same opinion, Bermuda?
Yes.
Yes, we agree. They'll show the work. They never want to show the work. And if they do show the work, it's always good because you get points if you show your work. If you don't show your work, we have no way of understanding you understand the concept.
What is your thinking, Christiana?
What's that?
What is your thinking about what we've been saying?
Well, like you said, the students sometimes, when I do that with the students, I get them to work it mentally, as long as they can reason. But then they have to, especially the boys, I find the boys, they like to do that. They like to just look at it and give you an answer right up. But ask them to write it down or write down the steps, and they give you so much trouble.
So we have to focus on teaching them. So the language of math is important. We have to teach them the language of math. So they have to talk it in class so that they can learn how to write it. So we have to teach them, okay, some of them can guess the answer, but they have to write statements.
Yeah.
I like the idea because it provides proof.
Yes, they have to write statements. They can't just write down answers because they can't copy it too. But we can't just teach them that one step or that one algorithm to get the answer. And if they don't remember it, then they can't get an answer. No, can't be that way. All right, interpretation, that's the last thing we're looking at. Now, I don't know. So when you guys figure out how to solve this problem, you tell me because I really don't know. I don't know, I really don't know how to get students to start reading the questions properly, interpreting them properly, because I've seen that even though you've guided them through several of these types, when the nature of the question changes, then you start to have the problem all over again because they're not reading the question and understand what the question is asking for and picking up it. So you want to tell them, okay, read the question several times. Okay, they suggest stop at the full stop. Pick out the important things, what they ask, what they give you, and what they ask for. Write those down. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. This is something that we have to
I think the students are probably feeling a little bit pressured when they get to this stage and they have to do it for math. Because if they're in primary school and you tell them, well, this is X and this is Y, and if I put them together, how could I represent it? I think they'll be able to reason. But then when they start to feel pressure and they feel overwhelmed, then they get all confused and they have so many ideas in their head. So maybe we need to take it like from someone. We go through the how to convert back and forth from the phrase to the expression, and then from the sentence to the equation. And they need a lot of practice. As usual, it's practice.
I agree with that. And you say because from primary school, when you give them a work to do, you give them 5 plus 4.
Yeah.
5 plus 4. They don't know how that looks no other way but
I
5.
know.
So if they are used to seeing that from this to wherever, coming up to high school, that's what they want to see, nothing more than that. So.
Yeah, that's true. Did I tell you about the story with the ducks? The little child counting the ducks and the ducks don't look the same way. 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom, and 1 in the middle.
No.
I didn't tell you that story about this child that would. I told you the story about this child that could count, and I think I should, because it would explain to us why we need to represent things different way. This father was so disappointed about the child. The child was able to see 5 hang up in the house, and so this is 5, and count the 5 things. So they went to the lake one day, and
Hey, wait a minute, should we see your hands? Should we see your hands?
Oh, you mean the expression?
Should we see your hands?
Oh, sure.
No. Oh, you want to see me?
Yes.
Okay, then can I have it on me?
You like to be on camera?
Alright, better? Are you seeing me now? No?
No.
Not yet.
Done.
Alright, so what I was saying is that the student, so the little child now was able to recognize 5 in that 5 that was on the wall, which is 2 dots at the top, 1 in the middle, and 2 at the bottom. Am I clear?
Yep.
Yes.
So they went out to the lake, and they saw some ducks in the lake. The father and the child saw some ducks in the lake. And the father said to the child, how many ducks are there in the lake? The child was unable to answer, so the father was a little bit confused. How is it that this child is able to recognize 5 at home, and then now I'm having 5 ducks in the lake, and the child is not able to recognize it? The child told the father, but daddy, I didn't see 2 ducks at the top, 1 duck in the middle, and 2 ducks at the bottom. So what's the problem there? The problem there is representation. So every time that child would see 5 represented, it would be represented with 2 at the top, 1 in the middle, and 2 at the bottom. So if it is like 5 things in a row, it's not 5, because I've never seen it represented like that. If it's 3 at the top and 2 at the bottom, that's not 5, because I've never seen it represented like that. If it's 4 at the top and 1 at the bottom. So that is why the representation, how we represent things has to vary. So that's why when you're teaching a topic, you have to represent the idea several different ways. You have to use your manipulative, you have to use your diagrams, you have to use your... So students can get and understand that this is not only done one way and one way only. Are we clear?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Alright, so next thing we're going to move on to is function and relations. We're going to look at the misconception that students usually make, and then we're going to write the strategy for correcting this. Alright, so remember that brings us to the left. And then go to 1 to 2, and then 1 to let's go. 130. 130. Yeah, you You didn't write no, you didn't write. So you need to write. So we now ask function determinations, we need to write the common misconception and the strategy we would use to correct it.
Oh, we give it away, you know?
Nah, functions and location.
Can I see your papers?
It's K. Service.
I want to be up there before. That's the one. Yeah, okay.
Regulations.
That's it. You can't get it, okay?
They don't understand. And then sometimes they understand what.
This is
And they're not understanding it.
This is what relations is. I don't do this. I don't have. All relations is graph. Domain. Just zoom in. Whatever. I know. I'm not going to calculate.
So we can do that. I don't know what you're trying to do. I know.
You need to do some calculation.
Just by the glasses, that's something. Oh, it's scientific. I thought it was a graphic calculator.
Yes, that's
I thought a graphic calculator, like one up.
not really. It's not really.
It's that's when we have to go up and we see this time.
You got the email from Adrian?
Yeah.
You got my email, bro?
Yeah, I was looking at what to do. Which one did you do? You got something you want to say?
No,
I said,
I said,
I wrote the fucking,
I said.
What happened?
you didn't even look at it. Did
What?
you get the email someone? I
Yeah.
wrote this.
I'm pretty sure I sent you. But he says he's going to research one of the topics.
Okay.
Because I don't
I
know,
was looking at the applicants. I was like,
my computer's too, I'm gonna get
you can have mine.
I got one book from scratch
No, nothing else can do it.
and it's wicked.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this video. Let's go. Have a confused with what original. That's not the good piece there. Like you know, but I'm at it for 4 years.
This guy. That's yeah, I it's in our neighborhood. He's built computers. Just joking.
Can you get off the
I
list?
don't
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yes,
She said. I mean, anything.
Alright, who wants to start first? Jomo? Composite functions? Implementation technique. Because sometimes they put it in the other way. They put in the other way. So they put in G of X instead of F of X. F of G. That's how they put it in sometimes. Alright. Next. Anything else?
Yes, miss.
Yes, Adrian.
Vocabulary, miss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you say that? Explain.
Because students don't know the meaning of, say, for example, range, domain, inverse, and all those terms.
Yeah. The good one. That's exactly it.
All right. Anybody else? Yes, Arantas.
They don't, what happens is they don't understand how to plot graphs either. When you give them a function or in that situation, like they see numbers and don't know which one's actual what. So plotting graphs is a problem.
Identifying a function. Identify what's that function different from what's that relation. Differentiate between the function and relation.
I put no prior knowledge of exponents and how to use them.
We're talking.
Christina. I put no prior knowledge of exponents.
What was that?
No prior knowledge of exponents.
Alright, so I wouldn't say that is a likely error, possible misconception. That's prerequisite. So I wouldn't say. Yeah. And Crescentiana, do you have anything to add?
Finding the inverse, the students get lost sometimes based on the complexity of the function.
Alright, anything else? Alright, composite function. What is the problem is that we mainly have with that?
Like, if you have a function, if 2x plus 5.
And G of X is equal to?
So it's 3x plus 1.
Yeah. And then you define G of
F of
G of X.
What's the error?
So it's not really an error, but like sometimes they concept like sometimes I have to break it down and show them F of 1, F of 2, F of 3, F of 4, F of 5, and show them to different places.
Yes.
With job X was sometimes you can click right now.
I understand. I think that for me, I've heard somebody explain to me function by using the old mill idea. So if you have a flour mill, this is a mill. This is your input, what you put in the mill. You must get a what? An output. So the function, so this will represent the function. Something must happen to the function. So if you input whatever you get, so if, let's say it's a flour mill. If you put in wheat in the mill, you're gonna get wheat bread or wheat flour or whatever. So the same idea. And if I put in something into this function, it creates my output. Is that making sense, everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So they have to see the function as something that, all right, if I input something, I should get out something. So if I have this function to be, all right, f of x is 2x plus 5. So if I put in 3, what should I get? What's the result? All right, are we getting one idea? Yes. Another thing, if we're looking at it, if we need to know g of f, what is the function we're thinking of? This is the function we're thinking of. So what do we need to insert? The function here. If we're inserting, what will we get? I don't know how. I know that students usually give you this instead. I know that students usually give you that instead. That's what you're saying, Joe.
No, like what I always find is that you see, we start off with like f of x, and just with a simple numbers like f of everybody whoever teach that just click right away and get the study the answer without thinking. But if you have to find out f of x, somehow like when you show it, you just have a student who just still.
I think this is the problem. They can't know
like
which
the
function
X.
to put it in. That's what I see the problem is.
Or why like is that
It's
What I normally do, I say that this is the same thing as this.
yeah, my for right over as like
And say, but they know what f2 is.
Bring the camera over.
And can you put the camera here, please?
Yeah, that's part of it.
I was saying that they know what this means. So what they do, they just going to replace x with this, or they actually take out the x and then literally put in the g of x.
2 times g of x.
Right, that's what they do. They put the 2 of g of x plus 5 and then they know what g of x is.
Sometimes after that fit before somebody can actually get.
So they need to be able to add in for the function. It's just like you put in if you have the f of 2, you know. If this is the function, when you put this in, what should come out? So if we're talking about if this is the function, let's say this is the function, what should I put in is this. We're not going to put it in is the x value.
Yeah.
So they have to,
But
I don't know.
the thing about that, if you have these numbers, there's somehow just everybody does.
But the concept is the same. It's
Yeah,
the same
and the
idea.
same concept, but
It's the same
somehow-
idea. It's just that the variables, it's just look a little bit long, a little bit
Yeah.
different. But I need to recognize the function and what should I put into that function to get out something.
No matter that it's 10, I was spend more time. I can't just.
And maybe just the whole algebra.
Yeah, maybe just because I have something different. Like with number. But what I mean is like, you get the f of x. Them never say f of x before, right? They must say what that mean. And then you must say f of g. I'm not sure one example. Like what it does. You don't have to do nothing more again. It's like what you just get the show the answer. But when you must know like f of g of x. You must look and say why you did that. But maybe through the
Maybe you should have put like f of a first. Or f of c.
well, sometimes, and that's something when we change the numbers then, and you must see, I'm going to create like a pattern, I may have to create a pattern of numbers to some use. Like f of 3, f of 4, f of 100, and create a pattern, and then I do f of g of x, so it and but one say that still is not click right away, as with the
I
other.
think maybe you should try 2 things you can try. As kids, you can probably rewrite it, Joe Mom. So just like we would write this, but we can rewrite it this.
Yeah.
Alright.
No, but do that too.
And probably you could even say a thing like this and say, identify the function, put the function here, what should you plug into the function? Maybe that's the only thing I can think of. Because other than that, it's just an algebraic problem, the whole understanding of algebra. It's moving from now, understand what to insert into the function, rather than it's an algebra problem. So, anybody wants to add anything?
Well, for
Next one is
composition and
Yes, Crescentiana?
also in what we could try for composition and for the inverse is to use flowcharts.
Yes, especially for the inverse. That's what I normally do for the inverse. Use the flow chart. Because it's about doing the opposite of. The opposite of the operation. Once you start getting to start thinking like that, that's when we need to start getting the thing, the opposite of.
Do you, so you, would you suggest that we do both? We do for the inverse. We do the flow chart and the steps?
Is that, well, yes, I would expose it to both, but the flow chart and the table with school. So, you know, all of these things, you have to be careful in how you push across to the student, because even though it's good to, yes, I would do both. I'm just thinking another thing. I'm just thinking that. Yes. Oh, you know that's what I'm getting at. So it's good to do both. Alright, so, yes, anybody else have anything to add? How can we correct that error? With the thinking this through, how can we correct this error?
Which one?
We're still at it. Anybody else have, with anything else?
Miss, I think the way in which you represent your algorithm for solving, I think that can be effective. I use arrows.
You use arrows. Tell us about that.
Say for example, if you look at, say I'm mapping g of x into f of x, then I would actually write 2x plus 5 with some space, and then I would have a drop down arrow from the x, and then, you know, I would put, just below that I would put 3x minus 1. So that they can follow where I did the substitution.
Yes, but I mean, that's important to know when you're teaching, but in terms of, it's not represented like that for them in the exam, is it?
I would say.
No.
It's good, that's a good teaching methodology, but once you go to the exam and I don't remember, well,
Space it up. Yeah.
let me think about that some more. Let me think about it some more. Anything else we can add? Alright, for inverse. But alright, so we're now at vocabulary. Miss McCarthy.
What about if students multiply? Can I say, okay, that means f? They don't remember the word composite. They say f of x. F of g of x.
And I'm going to the two things. I've never seen that one before.
Because they're saying, oh, the f is multiplying the g. So,
I've never seen that ever before. You've seen it?
especially in the f of x.
Oh, I know it's like 6 can like f of g of x will probably show f of x and never do. Maybe it's you know what when you f of x. Like, them can just f of g of x equal to when you say f of x and never that. That's it.
I don't know. But I want some.
I thought that was just
Yeah.
Those things come into all the interpretation.
it's
All the interpret. All that come into all the interpret. Because I've never really seen a student, but I can understand when I think about it, I can understand why they interpret. I can understand why they were interpreting the multiplication. But it's why symbol in math is how we represent things, you know.
Maybe the university so it's like
And I see where they put the O between, look at O between the F and the G. As in CX, as in I've seen questions, the F and look at the 0 between.
and the marks of that. F, O, G,
So when we're looking at the exam now, we're going to look at the symbols. So we're going to look at the syllabus and look at the symbols that the students need to know, to learn before they can do the exam. So it's our responsibility to know that we expose the students to all the symbols that will come on the exam. It's important.
Yeah, well, guys, well, I remember doing like with the function, but I know that's F of G of X and stuff. I know that is some basketball them right before exam time. I have F, O, G, X and
We wouldn't know it, so yeah, it's our responsibility to expose them to the different symbols that we use.
Yeah, because we know company.
Because you represent only one way, they only see represent one way, so if you represent another way, they can't relate to that.
But then that's a problem because we might not be used to that. We as teachers probably have never seen.
But look here, it's the checklist and the syllabus. All the symbols the possible symbols that can come on the exam is on the syllabus. So we need to be aware of them and the students need to be exposed to them. Alright, let's move on. So the vocabulary, so we know the vocabulary, the vocab problem. We must expose them to the language. We need to use the language them and expose them to the language. Differentiate between function and relation. Is that a problem?
Yeah.
How do you think we can correct that error? We need to start giving examples and examples.
Differentiation.
I know, but I start with the graph. And then from that, I have to write a definition for a function and write a definition for a relation. So I start with a graph, and I'm going to do this. So you start with example and non-example, and then allow them to come up with their own definition. So now I'm going to draw a graph.
This is okay.
So what I would do in my graph,
No coordination. You can coordinate. Something that doesn't one diagram.
can we come down to this, please? So I know I'm going to do like a graph and start with example and non-example. So I'll take a different color and probably run a vertical line through it. How many times the vertical line touches the graph? It's only once. It's an example or a non-example. This is an example. I run it here again. How much time does the line here touch the graph? Once.
Once.
And it's an example. I try it here again. So it touches right here, crosses right there, and right there. So it touches twice. And this is a non-example. So we're looking at examples of non-examples. So that's what I would do to correct the whole idea of allowing them to understand functions, the difference between function and relation. So if these are examples of function, and this is not an example of function, can you then write a definition or tell me what you think a function is? That's what I normally do. So from this, they can make some deductions. They have to think about it. What do they see happening here? What is happening here versus what is happening there? Are we following me?
Yes, miss.
You say Tina, following that?
Yeah.
Right.
So you're making that long. So basically, put that on there, and if it touches two.
Bermuda, are you clear with what I did on the board?
Yes.
It shouldn't be one answer.
It shouldn't be one answer when you plot the graph.
So, like, look how we have like one, like, we have one, two, three, four.
So you don't have to give them that definition. They must have one and one, only one. Come on.
Right.
They won't remember that. But if they can see, if they just give them a definition and you start to tell them what's a function, they don't remember that. But when they can see the diagram, the example, they can come up with their own thinking about what the function is, what it should look like. You think that will help? That will help? Okay. So we're starting off with examples and non-examples. That's what I normally do.
What's the thing about using like
yeah, man, because that's what we can move from here into a discussion. Relation is just okay, how do you relate, or you relate to the, like you talk about your family for a relation. Alright, and so you talk about the different words. Conversation to start off from there. You can use that. So that's what we clear. Okay. thing. Because I know myself about that too. Like, you know, but I make sure that I start with the diagram.
That's okay.
Alright, an inverse of a function. As I said before, we just start thinking opposite. Come, Joe, and give us an example.
About function.
Give us a function and start thinking about opposite operation. I don't want to rub it in.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Can you move the camera up?
Here.
Can you erase part of the board?
Alright.
I'm so tired, I can't even. Alright, Jomo, go ahead.
No, well, some students, for example, them do something like this. Them don't even actually, like, you have people who talk about y equals and touching x and y. Now some students who from them see this right here, so him just know say multiply by 5, subtract 7, divide by 3. And so from him see this.
It's opposite, inverse between
I
the
know,
opposite.
but how? Let us
Yeah,
do
the
this.
boy can just see this
If
and we
never
just
is-
write down f inverse of x
I guess
equals
never,
5x minus 7.
you're not getting me now.
Yeah.
Him just, without you telling him what an inverse is.
No, like, I'm gonna show them different methods. So.
So, I don't
So-
think it's a method enough. If the students understand the whole idea, when you talk about
The
the
only
inverse,
thing where him have to use the
operation.
operation is if when making something like say 3x plus 7 or 5x plus 2, that's when the actual form.
Yeah.
I think the kind that tricky. So the model say y equal that interchange x and y and them do it. But if you have anything else simple, or even just like 1. And you get a second example like say g of x equal 3x plus 4. And just know say x minus 4 by 3.
Yeah, that's just
So I have students who want to give them examples of the ideas, and don't even work on them at all.
and that's a good thing, Joe, but I must commend you for that one. Very good. Very, very good. Now, we were saying, Jomo was saying, everybody's hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Jomo was saying that he has students who can just look at this and write the inverse of the function. Look at the function and don't have to want to substitute, exchange, and make whatever, and make y the subject, all those things I can't remember right now. Alright, equate this to y, then make x stuff to make x a subject. Something like that, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, that's an algorithm, and oftentimes they don't remember that. Agree with me, Adrian?
Yes, miss, except what if it was written differently? Would they be able to do it like that?
No.
So for example, if you had minus 7 plus 5x over 3.
Plus, yeah, them can do that. The only problem, like what I was saying was this. Questions like number 1 here, so the 3x plus 7 over 5, you can just work it out, just mentally do it like that. We have g of x equals 3x plus 4, and of them tight, right? Them can just mentally. However, like number 3, when you have 3x plus 7 over 5x plus 2, them have follow that method will make them into the algorithm.
Yep.
But the thing about it to also show them is this. What I always find is that in the CXT exam, they always ask to find inverse of simple questions like these.
Yes.
And this type actually come in section 2, that
think that it is.
option part. So I have my students just work out these types right here, just mentally work it out and not doing it. And if they want the option, them just remember it for number 3.
And I think it's a good idea because when you think about inverse, they need to start thinking opposite. So one happening up, they were dividing here. So what you needed to do is to do what? The opposite of divide, which is what? Multiply. They were multiplying here, so the opposite of that is what? Division. You were adding, the opposite of that addition is what? Subtraction. So they should be able to look at it and do the opposite operation. That's it. So it's the whole understand. It's not doing an algorithm, but understand what. And this is why it's important for them to understand the whole idea about it. So I mean, I can understand that they have a problem with this. So I'm not saying that the algorithm should not be done. If you understand what I'm saying. But even after you do this and get them to just do the opposite operation as slow chart method, right? I haven't done that, then you can go into the algorithm. But it's important for them to see for what it is first. It's important. Agree with that, Adrian?
Yes, miss.
Miss Santiana, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I have a lot of students who can actually just look at it and they're able to get it, as long as it is of a relatively simple manner. But then when you start to put in square roots, powers, brackets, and stuff like that, then they're like in a whole maze. They quickly confuse themselves.
Yeah.
Back to the board.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Jomo, write this. Write 7.
F of X.
Yeah, just write just write 7 plus 3x
7 plus 3x.
over 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Go back up top. Zoom up top.
Yeah.
The original that you had.
Yeah.
Right. Now the problem that I experience with my students, when you show them to solve it that way, well, when they are going to do the inverse, they are not going to write 5x. They are more likely to write 7x. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, like. Well, no, him say,
Let's see.
if him get them like this, him say, when I'm already inverse, 7x.
There's a picture.
Sometimes,
I don't know.
And it's never one
no, something like, another thing is,
that gives me inverse. Because it's the opposite.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, but I don't know why they would have done that.
probably that's transposition. Like, if you're not good with transposition.
Because they are used to the format. For example, they are used to the unknown term being
At the
in
front.
You're right.
Yeah, it's true. At the front, yeah, that's true. That's so true. They're accustomed to it being written one way, that way. That's true. Bermuda, do you have anything to add?
We're just trying to show somebody why it's like the way it is. We agree with Jomo and Adrian, especially when it comes to problem 3. I've come across some students here that actually do the exact same thing. That they will do the inverse with a single problem, which is in 1, but they have a bit of problems in 3. So we definitely see the same situation.
Number 3. Oh, well, what I say is that when I do number 3, I always just give them the algorithm form work.
Right.
Questions like these are the same square rooting. If you have f of x equal root anything like that, now I'm just give them the algorithm form for this type. But the thing what I always show them is that in section 1, Them usually have these types, and so I have them knowing this type. I also show them the algorithm as well, you know. But I also show them that like I just show them different methods and make them choose what they want.
Right.
But for these types right here, so I always tell them that is the algorithm I have to use.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I start off with like building from the simple to the complex. I show them the algorithm for these, for everything generally, but I have to show them what it is that they're really doing. It's important. Alright, so we're finished with this. It's after 11 now, so we'll take a break until 11:30, and then we come back. Please ensure that you have your, next we're going to look at is the CXC syllabus. We're going to go through it.
Are we gonna have a lunch break or no? That's just a question.
No, we're not going to have a lunch break. I'm going to give you a break now, and then I'll send you off until 1:30. I'm talking Jamaican time now.
We can work through the lunch break, miss.
We'll work through the lunch break and go home early. So you're gonna get a break
Alright,
now.
we get something
And
real quick.
then we go through lunch and get to leave early. Clear?
Alright, I agree with that.
Yes.
Coming right back.
Alright, so you're on a break now.
Where you gonna feel lunch today?
Okay.
I need to give some. You got extra money? You're not good enough. Like,
No? Why?
I got I can't get it. They said my maximum my phone is call. You gonna take my call? Is that free? Here, you can take
No. Oh my God.
I don't have any cows.
You're kidding me, man. What do you want?
Student lecture.
And then send, yes, send us an email with that. I'm gonna check again.
Mr.
What
Jackie?
that's
Christoph?
Yeah, are you having lunch? I mean, it's my petty. It's fine. Yeah. Put a post up like. Yeah, bye. This is what I'm doing right now to prepare for this stupid thing. Put that on Facebook. I haven't started, but
unmuted now, you can. So,
We're all back now?
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna pull out our CXC syllabus. CSEC syllabus.
I know that.
We're gonna pull out our CSEC syllabus. And the first task is for you to just look at it. Just look through it.
Sorry, say that again.
Alright. So you're gonna pull out your CSEC syllabus. And I just want you to look at it. And write down anything that is important that comes to your mind before we start looking for specific things. Just look at it, look through it, skip through it, and if there's anything that, I don't know, hit at you, just record it and we'll talk about it a little bit. You don't have a lot of time to do that though.
You see sex as a
I was gonna look at it. That looks like a cream puff. That is the coffee. Does it look like a cream puff?
A cream puff? Really?
It's crystal.
Seriously?
From her, doesn't it? Like a cream puff?
Seriously?
Yes. It
Really?
does, Rick. Like what? What, you don't like cream puffs?
I don't understand. How does it look like this cream puff?
It's EDD, man. Don't worry about it.
Good acting flavor. They don't look like this. I think it's a fair. Yeah, one side is white.
Okay, that's simple. Everybody give us the. This is the staff syllabus. On a drink back, use bottom with strictly clear points and stuff.
Good, right stuff.
She just said take a quick glimpse to it and see.
And then on the next day, so you're gonna have this in front of you.
Whatever in front of but yeah.
Okay, you take it, because I'm gonna write it this. There you go, and now I have to take it. You have a doctor?
I use that for my paper. Pretty familiar.
Oh, does it?
I know, what is it? I still don't know. How many topics for public?
Well, how
For me and tables. Yes, definitions. Okay. This is like a whole, this is like a, like.
I get definitions.
Just teach yourself.
I get definitions
You
out
can
of
work
all.
with everything, teach yourself.
But it also gives you more.
You can
But
teach
the key is-
yourself all. So that it is. Okay.
What did I get to go on?
But what is that gives like what children yeah that's just such time.
So why we're not using this, why we're not using this?
We use the,
Because to be, it's
the report.
Yeah.
and so we can't use it.
But we don't think it's brilliant.
Yeah, so if what, or whatever we're using,
No, it's system, not school. It's a system that our people feel that.
English is that.
Yeah,
English is that.
they
English
is
harder.
The English.
the Cambridge English system is bad. The British system is bad. That's why they. Yeah.
So you said we're not part of the Caribbean? No.
We're
So
not.
I'm saying,
We
the question
are, but
I'm
we're
asking,
not.
so I know we're not, but I'm part, but the question is, so any of the Caribbean get easier?
Technically, you could, but you have to be part of it. You have to be part of it.
Common.
You have to enroll in that program.
That's
You could, but those will be part of the funding now. You have to be part of, you have to be part of Caricom.
Yeah.
To be there.
Yeah, it's bigger than this.
yeah. It's
In other words. It's bigger but just back to what we said.
It's gonna be done.
So this is a big, this is a small office, because that, the Caracom, they have meetings of Congress, and they decide. But that's what I'm saying, so if one of the meetings have to be held, and this is stuff is important.
It would make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
It really makes sense.
Why? I'm asking you.
It wouldn't make sense because it is worthwhile.
Yeah, it's a shame.
When you already spent 4 years in every system.
How many years in here?
4 years. You're investing
But
in
how
the
about
4th
we,
year.
how about we do that, so that we go to other stuff, to the other systems?
You gotta keep it. You have to keep it. Because you're gonna have, there's gonna be too many people lost. Too many students lost. You gotta keep
Lost
it.
in one way, just like the not lost already, right?
Oh
Did I
yeah.
have middle school in the Caribbean?
Miss McCarthy,
Sir,
do you guys have a middle school system in the Caribbean?
we have a what?
A middle school system?
We call it primary school.
No, okay.
That's why we're not
All right, yeah, primary, it is I would say a couple of years before kids get to high school. You guys don't have that.
Just the Americans.
We have an American system here, so I'm just
So,
asking.
do you guys just do primary and senior school? Or primary high school?
Secondary, junior high. Well, technically our system does have the primary high. The junior high is not.
Okay.
No, so you guys are an American, you use an American system, right?
Yes. We
Yeah, we
used
don't
to be
have
just like, we used to be like that. Yeah.
No, we don't have middle school.
So what do you have?
Primary and high school.
Primary and high school.
We used to do that.
So that's what I'm saying, that it used to be like that, but people do all of us in this room.
You problem. One other question for you. When you guys, when primary school finishes, when they get to grade 7, do they have to take a particular test to see what high school they go to?
Yeah,
Yes,
British.
yes, they do. They do a what's called GSAT. It's standardized exam.
Yeah, okay.
So they did that exam and then they will move on.
Nothing like this.
I mean,
Whatsoever.
you have to understand.
It's pride. Pride is. I think what he said is right, because he said he couldn't do on this, they have to follow the, we're doing Cambridge, which is prestigious.
Yeah.
And that's similar to what we used to do and what used to work.
Right.
So now they're thinking, let's enforce what worked before on students that have literally been brushed through a system.
Right. The problem with that is, does not change the school system the way it used to be. Because we have more high schools before, which was 5, maybe 6 or 7. Now we got 5 middle schools and 2 high schools and 18 primary schools.
So I'm not gonna do that anyway, because they're already put the senior schools to be senior schools and they're American.
Right, and that's why it causes problems.
How do you change that back to middle school, back to high school?
Well,
But the best way for them was to introduce Cambridge,
right.
which is still true. They could have just done this, had everyone to do.
But how I understand the Cambridge system to work is that there are so many countries that use the Cambridge system.
Right.
And for Bermuda, the permanent secretary uses it to Bermuda studies and changes the syllabus of Bermuda studies. So what you see is only strictly for Bermuda.
Yeah.
So.
I'm saying, I think when I look at the Cambridge, it's so broad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not specific like this.
It doesn't
like
lay out
this.
things specific, but even they have their tax results and they're able to pinpoint
The arrows.
this is this and that's. curriculum, it is easy to identify where they're going wrong.
Well, I get that right.
Are you finished or do you need some more time?
Or taking the opposite one.
Reverse, trying.
So what are they?
Everybody, are you finished? Bermuda, are you finished? I need some more time.
These guys are looking right now.
What?
No, you guys are looking right now.
Just a couple more minutes.
Yeah, because
All right. St. Lucia, Crescentiana, Adrian, are you finished?
And well, I'm not sure exactly what you wanted us to pick out. I'm just going through it.
I just want you to look at it and to just tell me what you think of it generally. You know, just I know that you're looking at it right now from what is to call an inexperienced eye, but just look at it and tell me what you think of it generally.
Okay.
that sounds like that. You know what I'm saying? So we can really like.
I see it all the time, so I know because all my children. So I have to see the things that I can be definitely have to see it. When I look at the syllabus and I look at this, I just see this as it's really, this is so detailed.
Right.
That if I read this as a teacher now, I'll be happy to be doing it. Right now, I'm teaching English. I just think English is too fast. It doesn't look like that.
That's from the Ministry of Education.
Yeah, that's on
That's
that.
strictly on the Ministry of
No, I'm not saying change it.
No, it has nothing to do, I'm just saying it has nothing to do with Cambridge itself. It has to do with the Ministry of Education.
They have a detailed
What do you mean?
format.
They do not. They do not. They do not have lesson plans. What we see is what they get, and they have to make lesson plans upon it. That's what my Mr. Grant told me.
The teachers have to make the lesson.
That's right. They have to make their lesson plans. Whereas the system they have
I'm
people.
talking about the Ministry. I'm talking about the Ministry of Education. That's when they got what they get from Cambridge, and they give,
According to Crystal's lady says they didn't have to do no package.
No, they don't.
They didn't want to do that.
Yeah, they didn't. But
All the package done. How do you know? And what portion of the package is missing?
they didn't. You didn't.
We didn't practice.
Practice the whole half of the game system.
Well, they probably they'll see that it is that high to reach that level.
Sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
And it also has to do with the sense of one's empowerment now. Because
Yeah.
if you believe you're better than yourself, then why are you gonna want to have the program?
Caribbean?
Yeah, you think it's that in Caribbean.
But these guys.
Yeah, now 2 things today.
Alright, are we ready to go now?
Yes.
Alright, I'm starting with Kezia. What did you think of the paper so far? Just looking at it.
Alright, first thing I realized about it is that they tell you for which exam period is this syllabus used for. They tell you what to expect, how the exam is going to look, the structure, the weight of the questions, topics that will come in. And they don't just give you, sometimes they give you examples of what particular topic that you need to know about. So for example, if you're going to say, finding the inverse of a function of a matrix. Then no one specifically to say that you need to know the adjoint, you need to know the determinant. So they don't just give you a broad topic. They break it down. They also define the symbols that would be used. So for example, in the exam, instead of writing out a full word, so to speak, they might use an abbreviation. So they tell you from in the syllabus that, so that if you should go in the exam, or when the students go in the exam, they will know that this abbreviation means this. So they tell you what to expect. You might see some terms that you don't readily know, so they define them and Yes, they,
Okay, that's well said, very well said. Did you hear her?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, that's like, my teach it already, so I'm kind of more focused on the EM's part, because I've never really read it. And Chuma always teach me also on the content part and we must teach in our class. So the power kind of strike was when I read the EM, it talked about health. The first point was help students appreciate the use of mathematics as a form of communication. Number 3, where it said make mathematics relevant to the interests and experience of students. By mathematics their own. And then 4, 5, 6. But it apply mathematical solution of problems, which are neat students as citizens and seek help with positive critical. Makes us help students develop a positive attitude such as open mind and self-reliance, persistence and a spirit of inquiry. Number 7, that was common, because number 7 was talking about mathematical further studies, but that known.
Yeah.
But so number 8 over helps students appreciation of the application of mathematics influencing the advancement of science. And then next part is organization of the syllabus. So they're actually writing careers. They're talking about what pursue as agriculture, engineering, science, economics, and parts in business and commercial world. But there is a syllabus that I've read that part before.
Alright, so Jomo was saying that, and I want to reiterate that. Jomo was saying that the aims. So can you look at the aims on the syllabus and tell me if you think that we are currently meeting those aims? And why you say that? Are we currently meeting the aims of this, what the syllabus was designed for?
From the reports or?
From what? Just from our general thinking, our general observation of things.
we cannot.
No,
Yes, Adrian, why do you say no?
based on the results.
Alright. What about the results in particular? But it's a little bit deeper than the results though, Adrian. Because I see students who can have score a grade 1 on a CSEC exam. But they're not thinkers, they're not making good decisions, they're not, if you know what I mean, so they're not prepared for the real world, they're not prepared, so they will swat a lot.
Yes.
They will swat a lot, but they're not really good math students, they will swat. And they remember algorithms, so it's about child who has the best memory then.
That's what.
Memorize.
Yeah.
So they memorize a lot of things, but they can't, they're not thinkers. Alright, yes now, Adrian, we're at you. What do you think? Generally, what do you think of the syllabus so far?
I think it is too much. Definitely too much to cover all these things within 2 years with the students. And furthermore, when you're on a shift system,
Yes.
we are only given 3 hours per week. And in the mornings, devotion will take up probably 1 of that. So you have 2 hours per week with the students to complete this. So I think that where you have 9 items, I think that could be cut into 5.
Okay.
5 and I guess this is one of the reasons why we end up having to just teach students to pass the exam rather than actually, accomplish all the objectives or the aims outlined around here, because we are always short on time. And in terms of the sequencing, if we're gonna follow this, I wouldn't sequence it this way. I would probably have algebra before I would teach measurement.
I would do that too.
They did not say we should teach it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's not saying that you have to go follow this sequence, but you know, as for me, I would just, where you have if you look on page 2, where you have computation, number theory, arithmetic, I would just classify all of those as numbers, and then I would have algebra, measurement, geometry, and then statistics. So I would have 5 components rather than 9.
Okay.
So the scope is too large for me.
All right. I hear you, Adrian. Crescentiana, you're thinking on the whole, general thinking on the syllabus?
Well, first off, I find that the syllabus is very detailed in terms of a student picking it up and verifying what they know and what they need to know. So with all the objectives and the sub-objectives and the content, a little bit of content on the side, it can help for self-studying. However, CXC, like Adrian said, it's a lot. It's a lot to do. However, if you start off with the basics, but then you have to understand the students are human and they may forget. So when you're looking at the last 2 years and to try and summarize and to assist with new topics, it can be a lot. But then when CXC says they are trying to help students become increasingly aware of the unifying structure of math, how well are they depicting that in terms of the exams that they present to the students? The exam is categorized, clear cut. So algebra, this is algebra full stop. Measurement, this is measurement full stop. But are the students seeing the link? Maybe we need to restructure the exam a bit better to help the students appreciate the use of the math. So maybe I find sometimes the exam is a bit too much, well, it expects a lot of algorithms. And because sometimes you have the students who understand the general idea, but the way that CXC tests them, you're not able to see who really understands, who really knows the math, and who appreciates the math.
That's so true.
I don't know.
All right, I agree with you. Bermuda, your turn. You can decide who wants to go first.
Ladies first.
I'll say that for me, it's very detailed in the layout. In other words, it provided definitions and examples and objectives. As a teacher, and as a teacher coming into the system and not being familiar with what I had to do, it provides that detail for me. So when I looked at it like something I might be able to do, although I don't teach. So hearing Adrian say that it's a lot of information made me reflect on our own system where we do not. When I spoke with my mentor, she said that it's never enough time to teach all the information that is listed in these syllabi or these curriculums. So hearing that and then seeing this, the only thing that I thought was helpful to me was that it provided step-by-step kind of, not step-by-step, but it provided definitions of what items were according to how they wanted to be defined. And then it also gave examples and objectives. So that's what stood out to me most.
Okay, good. Who's next, Crystal? Since Oran just declared there should be women first.
I don't know why you listen to her. I mean, really?
sis. We don't need- While I agree with what everyone else has said so far, who said Chick-fil-A? That was what I think I liked was that one thing that they did, they laid out the format of the identity and like the point in terms of what in terms of algebra, how many algebraic questions, those types of things, which kind of makes you, in a sense, when you teach things, you know what you need to stress or try to make sure they cover and the students get because of the weighted average that they have in those areas. So you know what, you probably should spend a little bit more time here so that they can kind of gain the knowledge or they understand the concepts, because that's what they're definitely going to be tested on. So I think that's a good thing in terms of, if you're looking at the time constraint, you can always look, okay, they're probably just going to ask basic questions on this one or whatever not.
Okay, all right.
That's what I did notice.
All right. All right, Toss, you're next.
I have to agree with a lot of things everyone has actually said. The problem I think us in our country have is that because this is so detailed and we have actually seen the syllabus of what we actually have, it really doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. If I actually took this syllabus and taught students that I already know, I guarantee that they will probably understand it a bit better. And for me as a teacher, be like, okay, yeah, this is what you need to know. This is what. And like Chris Antiana said, like if a student picks it up, they can go through it and actually teach themselves. So with our syllabus, and I'm just doing a comparison, it really doesn't do that because it just has general information. It doesn't give us like specific object and the content. So I mean, like I said, I can't say that I see the bad sides of this syllabus as yet. I would say that I just see a lot of positives from my point of view.
All right. Rick, you're next.
The thing that I gathered from this, it would be, since time is such a major issue in trying to teach and to get through the syllabus, and the major points of emphasis in the syllabus is towards the back end. I think more teaching should be towards vectors, matrices, graphing, because these are the areas that kids generally have problems with. I think it should be, more time should be spent there instead of trying to teach against vectors and matrices during the last couple of weeks of the year.
Okay.
We have a question for you, Ms. McCarthy.
Yes.
Can only people that are from the Caribbean join into the syllabus, or is this syllabus open to everybody?
Oh,
What was the question?
and she's asking if other persons can do this, the TXC exam.
Like I know it's a Caribbean exam. I know it's a Caribbean exam. I'm not sure. I just know that it's for Caribbean students.
Like if you're from.
Because we're from Bermuda. Bermuda's not considered a Caribbean island.
Right.
So we're wondering why our government hasn't opted to go this route.
I don't know the political things. I don't know.
You sound like a politician with that answer.
No. All right. Now, what we want to look at is the teachability and the learnability of the syllabus. What do we mean by teachability? Is the material easy to teach? Learnability, is the material attractive, interesting, and at the learner's level? So you need to look at the syllabus and or generally tell me, do you think that it is teachable and learnable. So teachability is the material easy to teach. Learnability is the material attractive, interesting, and at the learner's level. Is it attractive? Do you think that the one where teaching students is attractive to the students? Is it interesting to them? Do they find it interesting? Is it at their level?
None of the above.
Adrian, you're supposed to take 5 minutes to think about it.
Maybe we should give you a copy of our syllabus, Adrian.
Yeah, we should send you a copy of ours, Adrian.
And then you say, okay. You have
It's
pictures
too-
of yours.
Can you do that, somebody from Bermuda? Can you send a
You
copy
can
to
go,
someone?
you can go on the site,
Send it to
you
them.
can go on the site. It's
Why you go inside and get a password?
There you go.
Alright,
So the one that we sent.
alright, you're responsible.
Why do you always pick around parents? We are responsible for women, right?
I think
I
Crystal
do-
should do it, yeah.
Because, you know,
I was
you know
actually
why I
gonna
know
send
how
it
to
to
do
you
that?
right now. Oh,
You know why
Yeah,
you should do
Crystal has
that?
it right now. Send it after.
Okay, Crystal, please send it to me, thank you.
It's
I'll send-
alright, it's alright, Mr. Party, and I was gonna let you say it.
You know why you should do
Okay,
that?
we're gonna let you stay. You're sending your airline. Jeez.
Alright, it seems like the Crystal.
Yeah, that's alright, Mr. Party, you're lost out, it's alright.
He's representative for the.
Yes, Orantos seems like he's a class rep. So that's the reason why I'm always asking Orantos.
You're digging yourself in that big hole. I'm ready to send it to you right now.
Oh, shoot.
Alright.
That's just fun.
It's the one that, the green one, right? Yeah, that's
That's just.
sent middle school on.
It's not fun. It was just middle, you make it one. Anyway.
Alright, are we ready?
You had two.
I had the primary school one and I gave the green ones to high school, and Crystal sent the green one.
So Crystal, you're starting first.
Why? Starting first from
No, his sister is not.
Let her answer start. Don't break tradition.
Star one. Star one.
Alright, Rick, you're starting first.
No, you're really breaking tradition.
Me?
Bermuda is starting first. Is the syllabus teachable and learnable? Why do you say so?
Whatever. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think it's teachable when you look at the objective. I think it's just as Chris Crescentia said that that anyone picking it up, and like when I picked it up, I felt, oh, this is good. This is really good. I can read this. I can understand it. And with the knowledge that we learned in class, I think it's good. I think it's teachable and learnable.
Okay. Crescentina, you're next.
Yeah, I think it's teachable. Learnable depends on the student. Some
So
students don't find
learnable,
it.
you're saying that the material is attractive, it's interesting, and it's at the learner's level. So if you're saying that it's learnable, that's what you're saying.
That's, like I said, it's some students because there's would not find it attractive. It's a matter of opinion. I might find it attractive, they don't. Because most times, the principal will be like, I don't understand how the students don't pick up your vibe, because I'm always excited and running to class and having fun, but some of them, no matter what, they're just stuck in their own zone.
The teacher might think it's interesting, that's the thing. The teacher might think it's attractive and interesting, but it's a different thing for the students. Because it's how we teach it. Is it that we are using examples, things that they're interested in to put across the content? Are we doing that? Are we making the whole math thing?
I remember teaching matrix multiplication year before, and I told the students that if you leave on a particular row, you cannot date a guy on the next row. You have to go down the street. And trust me, I think everybody could multiply matrices after that.
So you can't do that in this street. You have to go on the street. She's talking about dating.
Oh,
yes, because you're not talking about things that they're interested in, right? Adrian, you're next. Do you think the syllabus is teachable?
No, miss.
Learnable. All right, Adrian, why do you say so?
Because of the students, that I have, miss, there's a common problem when it comes to placement of students at high schools.
Let's go see where you're going.
Yeah, because our average at the school for math, when the students come in, it's about 38 on average, compared to the traditional high schools that, they would get about 90 in the 90s.
Adrian, and I'm going to stop you there also because you make an important point. Because even though generally the students that you get, they average around 38%. But if you should truly assess them and assess them properly, you realize even that 38% is much lower.
Yeah.
I understand what I'm saying, Adrian?
No, say that again, miss.
Are you guys understand what I'm saying? I'm saying that even though you're saying that the students that you get that are matriculating from the primary schools to the high school, their average is about 38%. That's what you're saying, right?
Right.
And I'm also adding to that to say that if you should assess them properly, because if you look at the GSAT, students work several questions over and over and over and over again until to the point where they know what the question should look like and what to do. But if you should assess them properly to see how much math thinking and how much math they really truly know, it is far less than 38%.
Okay.
Am I clear?
Yes.
Yes. So you get them far less than with that 38%. That's what I'm saying to you. All right. So finish what you were saying.
Okay. Yes, miss. But in terms of the attractiveness of the subject to them, you find out that these students, they are geared towards the practical era. That's what they enjoy doing. Yeah. The skill work. So I can give you an example where at the beginning of the term, I'll ask each student to purchase a scientific calculator and a geometrical set. And the cost is about, say, $1,500, and they will not do it. But when they have their practical, which runs into thousands, they will buy the material for the practical, but not for the math class.
I do. I understand exactly what you're saying because I used to teach. My first job was at technical high school, where the students are very hands-on. They're very tactile. So they do the woodwork, the auto mechanic, the ohmic, and stuff. So they are very crazy about their area of specialization, their technical areas, but they're not so in tune with the math. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else, Adrian?
No, that's it, miss.
All right, Kezia? Is the syllabus teachable or learnable?
I wouldn't say it is totally teachable because, as in the material, one, the length, of course.
It's too much.
Two, it's sometimes it's hard to transfer. Like you can't have that smooth transition. Right. Some things I think are too far-fetched. Some of them it's hard for you to, break down in a way that the material is useful to them. Learnability, no. I don't. Yes, normally the math is can be attractive, but I've noticed all the time students asking me, so miss, why do I need to do this? So they don't have that interest. So as you said, it's probably
Jomo, what's your thinking?
Sorry.
Is it a test?
Yeah.
Can you one?
Yes,
Jomo, what is your thinking?
I think the C6 syllabus, C6 exam easier. I think it's easier to teach. And it's not really going to say about attractive or attractive at the learner's level. But I guess maybe it depends too, because if you have a grade level class, if you have a grade level class and them have the prerequisite knowledge, you won't really see any problem to complete the syllabus. But if you have a grade level class and basic in the don't know, then you might be a struggle because you probably have to be teaching 3 years worth of previous knowledge to them and then completing. So you might, that's where I think some person would say they find it harder to complete or to teach it. But if you have students who have the prerequisite knowledge,
Then it should be fine.
yeah.
Yeah. Ms. McCarthy,
I'm coming in. Yes?
you should have it now.
I didn't hear that.
You should have our syllabus.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Mr. Justin.
No, Trinidad and Barbados.
Yeah, it's January 6th.
And then what's this? It's just basically saying, trying to figure this teachable or learnable.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that. We didn't talk about what you was going to do for next week.
So basically,
Decided to be that took these 8 hours, 7 people. Okay, right, that has this year. No, but it's like giving 6 people.
Go to the screen right there.
On your computer? Yeah, I could drag it to my big screen TV, just drag it over.
Camera.
Drag it, yeah.
Alright, can they see the board? Alright, so when we look at that syllabus, the following things should come out in the syllabus. So what teaching methods will be used to achieve the objective? So they tell you what to teach, but did they tell you what method or what strategy to use to teach these things? That would help us, don't you think? You don't think so?
Yes.
How much time is required to teach each topic or strand? That is important because you can't just give us a list of objectives and a list of topics to teach without thinking about the time, thinking about the strategy, thinking about the materials. What materials are needed to achieve the objectives? Do you think these are important on the syllabus?
Do you think it's important to know the syllabus is what you said? Yeah.
I think you should provide something like a minimum or something that a school could plan.
Yes, so
Have at least this
so
is the
we know
minimum
which,
criteria.
so you should do what is called a needs assessment. So you know what needs to be taught and why is it important to teach these things. You also need to look at the syllabus to see, alright, this topic might pose certain challenge or misconception. What strategy we can use? Can use. What material the teacher is going to need. So when you're planning a syllabus, it can't be in isolation. You have to think about these things.
Thank you.
There's a little bit of strategy how to teach certain
Topics.
like certain topics that are a bit, like induction and whatever. I was looking a while ago to see if they did that. It says that
But you know, so that is important. That doesn't mean important.
but I guess they're probably saying that teachers should know.
Yes, they should
know which
No,
material should know.
do you get trained in that?
No. That's true.
It's a curriculum thing, It's not we're not curriculum specialists. We're not trained to manipulate and understand a curriculum, so we just want to get the objective and teach it. So the curriculum should be designed by specialists who should at least think these things through. Alright?
What's the last three?
So what materials are needed to achieve the objective? How classroom activities should be sequenced. This is important. What types of placement tests, achievement tests, or either is used to assess students' learning. Now, this is something that they outlined in the 6E, right? Come again? What textbooks are recommended? They talk about transparency. When the syllabus is written, and even you said the exam, is it transparent in terms of are there any cultural biases? Are there, did it outline how students' grades will be determined? All of that is important when you have math or any syllabus, as a matter of fact. Do you see that these things are important? Do you think these are important? These are important?
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
asking me, so me if I get 50, it must pass. And they have the idea to think that, if, I don't think this is true, but
and we're teaching the subject, we're teaching that we don't know.
If 10%, if more students get over 80% or something, so that means like something of that sort.
I'm gonna try to remind normal friends.
No, somebody who
It's material.
How much students
like, well, what percentage of our grade one?
I put
Every year it changes.
And no, but when I have this person must say, boy, when I read these sites, what must I must GC, that's what the person every year GC release it, and then we can show us. Like GC usually range from 69 to 73% for our year. 50%. So that's and then after it's correct. So they must say why.
So that's how we do transparency.
But afterwards, into the person finally admit to him, say, or something like that.
Yeah.
So they don't want to tell what person.
Because sometimes because your grade 1 can lose to my grade 1 if you know what you're doing to the exam or
Yeah.
the exam. Which
But
is
what I'm saying that GC do it, but maybe I guess maybe through GCs so well established. So maybe if GC says 69% is one this year, next year 67% is one.
yeah,
Nobody not gonna really
most
say.
of those exams, it's a because what of it's based on the majority. What the so it's like there's a bell curve, like a bell curve.
But I guess probably true with GC is maybe 60 here that they can release. Because I thought they might know. So maybe them know say GC. Big English and foreign.
Exam. I think that's true.
But you know,
It's how we think, you know, it's how we think.
But if I Caribbean know, we attack the Caribbean.
Come feel like we're not good enough or whatever.
So maybe that's what it's easy.
Really, that's true. Every time the result comes out and then you see here one whole heap of
Yeah, when you
thing
have a
that's
person,
yeah.
then attack them again. The principal attack when you have a principal news attack them.
I think we know we just love point fingers, so we need to look at. All right, Crescentia.
Yeah.
Do you think that these things are important to be in the syllabus?
Yes. Also, I think maybe since it's not in the syllabus, maybe somebody, maybe the curriculum officer can do that.
Yes, because I was just saying to Kezia that these things are not in the syllabus, and she was saying that as teachers we need to know. But I'm saying that we're not special. We don't specialize in curriculum. So it's going to be hard for us to determine that, all right? Because some of us will be able to, because of experience. But a teacher, a student, a young teacher or a new teacher, it's going to be challenging. How do I figure out how to sequence the curriculum? How do I figure out what topic should come first? How do I know for sure what materials? Give me some ideas, what materials should be used. How do I know how much time it will take to teach? Because to teach this topic or this strand. And if you don't have a time frame, and that's the reason why we're having a problem. If we don't have a time thing, are we listening? If we don't have some time, or aside some time, then we're gonna have the same syllabus. We feel like the same issue that we're having now. Where we feel like, okay, it's overwhelming. The syllabus is overwhelming because we have so little time and so many things to cover. So there's some time limit should be given for at least each topic or strand.
Yeah, but then because at my school I realized that, well, I did a work plan and I told the teachers would be doing a certain number of topics within the term. And what I find is that most of them they took, whereas I thought they were finished with, say, quadratics. And I find they take like more than a month on quadratics. And I'm like, but the students will obviously get frustrated and they're not going to pick up on anything else. So you must work within a time frame.
Yes,
so
that's important.
I think if they're not picking up, instead of going over it 101 time, you move on and then come back. But you don't try and spend a whole term doing one topic. That's all right.
But it means that you're doing something wrong too. If generally students are having problem understanding a topic, if you're sitting on a topic for a month, you're not doing something right. As a teacher, you're not doing something right. That's my thinking. This is not scientific or anything. This is my thinking. If you use one method and this method did not work, you have to move on to another method.
I mean, I understand because we're like, the school is like, we get some students who are really like 20% when they're coming into the school from the common entrance exam from primary school. They get like 20% and they're coming in, and so you have to work with them slowly. But the point is, they can get frustrated if they keep doing the same thing over and over.
And lose interest, and not. So it's not a good thing. It's really not is, if you're saying the students come in with a 20 something average, right? The truth is, some of them, they're not where you want them to be, so you're not teaching the students where they're at. Because if you're frustrating them, if you're trying to get them to do something when the prerequisites are not in place, what needs to be done for those students, you need to kind of go back to the foundation and ensure that the foundation is in place before they try to teach them quadratic and anything else that they don't have the prerequisites to learn.
Yeah, because that's where I find the curriculum officer needs to come in as well, because the ministry is sending out one book list for all schools, and I don't think that is going to work at all levels. Let's say Form 4, Form 5, maybe they can work with the same book. But when they come to Form 1, I mean, different schools should be using different textbooks, and the curriculum officer needs to bring that point across.
Yes, so they call it that all size one size fits all. They call it one size fits all curriculum. I'm trying to remember that. Which it really doesn't work. It can't really work because students are different. So we have to be very careful with that.
Children that yes. This is conflict. It's time to sit
And everybody, we're going to look at the things that we have on the board. And we're going to look at the CSEC syllabus. And we're going to look to see to what extent the CSEC syllabus caters to these things. To what extent do they cater to it? And to what extent?
Yeah.
Are you understand what you're supposed to do?
Yeah.
Are we all following what we're supposed to do? Are you going to We're going to look at the CSEC syllabus, and we're going to see if these things are included, and if they are, to what extent. What's wrong with this computer?
Yeah.
No, but do you agree that these things should be in the
That's the first question.
Whenever we have much around the season with like kids and other stuff is probably kids.
Do you think kids ever price? The kids ever take the price?
Yeah, they did like season. Like the class I just teach. That one extra.
This is so because it's like problems that you think.
No, you have different groups.
No, you're just saying,
and kind of stream. So that it really
Okay, so what is that? Okay, let's.
everybody. So why you come to it?
Now, yes.
I remember that's I think like cosmetic so one
Really? You mean these are the ones who get rid of something? And I'm sure that exam compares that exams are two different things.
I mean, but you have other classes no way different person are different class so we're not good about the problem where because I'm gonna teach different groups before, you know. I'm gonna teach before and like but like with that group it's like everything is like you know it's like I'm going on my expert target. Which I'm supposed to have and then present the
I've never had a class like where everybody understands the integers.
Yeah.
Everybody.
But that's
Never had a class, everybody.
that was the first time that I said that before I'm like, alright. So it's like I just come with that same mentality from the group before. Even if it's the strong, that's how it's mentality.
That's a really very strong, that's a rare group. I've never had a class where I don't have problems with especially integers. I don't have problems with these things I've never
No, the
had.
basic then without cover.
And that's why they're strong. The foundation line, the foundation strong.
And even the years also like,
They're not be able, because they're not
yeah,
be
because my dad, I don't know, individually, I expect foolishness like that. Yeah, it's sit down. I don't know what to do with that. I try to cheat. No.
They have level confidence there. It is also psychological to their confidence. They're ready for, so the ones who cheat are the ones who are frustrated and they probably are frustrated.
No, but when you usually the friend around like man, right? I expect, even if they're not cheating, they have something to do like, there's like something to help on them or help on them. Like, I'm not expecting that.
Something. I probably can see if I can come and see, take your class or come and see.
That group they don't know. So I know which group I get.
Papa.
That group is the season.
They don't have their passing because they don't know.
One because the last son said he did that sort of from and both of those years because of the week from before. But it's like what in group is that in group science students. I really that.
Oh, so the qualification of science versus math or
But it's just one person in the kind involved in terms of the problem like
I would love to set up a class like that because 90% of them
but the math, what when was it? Like a great thing or very different. And that's this and all the problem again. No, it's 10 grade, federation grade, it was actually when it works. When it says that, but when they teach at 10th grade, I thought one month they teach at 10th grade. No, that there's a number of five that take because at 10th grade was like requirements.
Oh, so they have
So
students to teach
so
them.
they actually, well, that's one month they get them from the teacher from to June. So there's a number myself here, my final bank. Regular students.
I've never seen a class like that.
No, it was the first. But they kind of surprised. So when I talk to like, does me someone thinking that feel like that? It's surprised.
I've never ever seen a class like that. Never. No, maybe I only work 2 days. 3 days. I was married to Joseph right here. And I've never really had a class. Like I don't know about tertiary, because that's different, right? In tertiary, you should. And so you still have students not, but at the high school, even my bride is grade 11.
Them found them forest, and the forest is all in the bread. On the street, and the school. In the forest, because again, they check the 10th grade forest, and they see a pattern again. So that 10th forest will come to the 11th grade. It's supposed to be same.
Top tier.
Yeah. When they thought that the person would teach them first. Because that person and only teach and that level grade and he goes to the grade just to see it. And I get first and so
Already.
yeah, so it's like at least everybody want first.
Duh. I can't bear it. That's like a teacher's dream.
Maybe the agri group.
I normally like 11 1 and so, yeah. When I normally get 11 1 and 11 2, which is so I don't get angry, or I get 11 1 and 11 5. I get 11 4, 11 1 and 11 4 are two best, in my opinion. But 11 1 is just, they're the agri science student, and they're the science students. They still have a whole something serious.
I was not talking like this, a small amount.
research. So, all those stuff.
The other day, somebody got
And that's a big deal, you know. Big deal. That's so good.
So I had experience over time.
So, and it's really,
I really, really good.
I can imagine like, when somebody will get like 60. Yes, this one will get a grade 1 or grade 2, is I sure? Yeah, the norm is 20. For the exam, I'm going to get recommended.
The first year I'm a teach. I mean, I want really bad class, so it's like, and then it's like, I don't know, so it's like the previous year, still not like, so okay, and it's kind of different grades. And then it's like a whole strength.
Never. Sometimes I say, oh God, I want the class where the students will ask some question. I'll just stop and just to ask the person if you tell them what is class. And I think about one thing. If I make a mistake, they don't see it. Because sometimes I make some mistakes that I like. And then sometimes I only say sometimes when I recognize it, because I don't make a mistake, it's at the end of it. Why is this like so long? Never see.
No, they might type, but the part is like, so it's like, with some one word, they won't work at all. You know,
That's so scary.
No, class is not going to work. That day, the next day, you get class, you're going to have to
I think, should I know something about the top tier too? Because the reason why they behave in a particular way, then know that too. You understand?
So then you're not going to tell them why them saying one day that is one part, but it's all them behaves, you know, because like that is all you do. Why hide like that's like I say hide, why? Yeah, hide. I said, no, gentlemen, no hide, man. After them say hide, stop me, that's like, you know, first.
I think that's very true. Just carry
But I think
Wanna play with magic?
I don't know what those teachers actually
do as much as us.
No, not with fires and I've got something about really,
No problem.
yeah, and that, but you have that, so not that's temporary, them based off of the past, like I mean the class of them, of a past KC or something. So yeah, I read the 6 1 so I mean, it's too many people are really bad, and that's a common they over the design, but when they find out after the summer, like they don't have to tell you why they go there.
Behavioral problem.
Yeah, so they have to
There's
start.
still one that you teach.
you said September morning. I don't really know.
No, they have to. It's good and good for them. It's trying to understand how many you
Yes.
I'm not enough to work, but when I have them, I'm not to work in each room. Because if they leave them alone, then I don't know. So I'm working in a room. And there's everybody.
Never. Don't just say never. Grab, she's a different story. Grab, like, if you want to grab, you have to take your own grab. You take grab sheets and teach the student. I used to do that, like, alright? Because they're not going to have, so you might have 1 or 2 words. Okay, no one is bad.
Oh, no,
What if you want the class to?
no, them sell them, the teachers buy, like, when you have drugs, they buy, it's like, no, they get them for free.
I St. Joseph will do that too.
Well,
Like said, we have so by supplies for the years. Nitrogen graph, I'll turn to take graph sometimes.
no, they're not, because even the parents, they're not carried out with like that. So what am I doing? Them buying a field park and sell them for $5 at the park. Then when you would take one child to St. Mark's or a kind cheap, we can cheat everybody, so everybody can buy a field park.
Miss Mary, how are you doing? All is well. Miss McCarthy is enormous because we'll make the final assignment. So I think hopefully I'm finished with you now.
Oh.
I thought I was, but then I was called and told I can't get it with this particular subject, so I had to come and do it in the summer.
Well, but when the camera hit, no.
The thing is, I told people that people might think that, oh, when you say that, go back a year, but the fact that I was told before whatever time and it's offered in the summer, so I could come and do it. And just take it as a plus. It's just it's a crash program. Really crash program, but yes,
It's better than you have to come back and yourself September.
One next year, yeah, and that's so.
So they count your blessings and you have to decide how to look at the things.
Consider it that way. Because it's like the course was offered to us as an optional course.
Oh,
when we came, and then I did not choose this course. I chose to do classroom testing and evaluation.
Oh, and then now it's compulsory.
Then, well, when we went to second year, they said that it's compulsory. But then you know that we get our courses set. It's not that we choose. So there was no space in it, and then Dr. Budi was working on it. But then she's not.
Yeah, repeat that.
Okay, I will finish working. I will finish working, everybody. Not hearing them. I'm not hearing them. Bermuda?
Hey, yeah,
Are you finished working? Bermuda, are you finished working?
What, two more, two.
Are you need some more time? Adrian?
Not finished, miss.
Okay, Christiana, still working?
I guess I can say I'm done, I guess.
Okay, so I'll give the others 5 more minutes. You guys gonna go, you guys can't finish your meeting, no, just go.
What type of placement test? Do they fit the test?
They tell about the exam, so they're
Yeah, they tell about the exam.
So that's their what types of placement is
They do it for all these.
But when it's not about teaching,
It's a place for test.
The
You don't know if it's a place for test put into it.
Like anything you need the teacher.
These sides. But you don't know if
Well, I was, yeah, like, what did they test it, so that they knew what things to add, is that they Cambridge, they take a Cambridge, same Cambridge, they go. It's called Chatham. Chatham,
Yeah, that's a pretty good test.
So next time they carry exam paper on the resolution report.
that's what I was thinking, but. So 4 is the achievement test. 4 is Four is the achievement.
Four.
CORH is the achievement test. Or I don't know if that's what it's called.
What's it that?
P6, what place of tax? P6, yeah, right. I don't see a placement tax. I'm seeing
The last one is what's it that? What is it? What test of transparency, culture, and biases?
You said it was textbooks. Well, it does, right? And to what extent?
It is culture,
This core is online, the textbooks versus how
Caribbean.
for any student in a contemporary society as well, objectives to meet the needs of those who will be pursuing careers as agriculturalists, engineers, scientists, or economists. What's that for? The textbook?
Culture and
That's
biases.
what the tax is basically.
Yeah, the transparency, culture, and biases.
So maybe they have questions that pertain to agriculture. I don't know. So basically, they factor in the.
Imagine if they don't have this reports, then you wouldn't need, they wouldn't put as a recommendation.
The applicable.
Like when you make a new syllabus, put certain recommendations in your team. Reviews are, for example. Now I'm going to report orientation, teachers are advised to teach proportion using the units of every.
Yeah, but that should be the syllabus as a methodology.
Yeah, if you can make that statement, somebody will.
Design the syllabus properly.
I'm create a
section on the syllabus.
Yeah, like I'll create a section or recommendation. So when
Okay, so we're writing down course outline. The course outline is going to send you. This course outline is sent to you. But you see, every year we go through, I will have our teaching our topics and how we recommend teaching material we're going to use. That's how we do our course outline. So you get a week. What we do this week, our objective, what methodology the teacher should use, what's that? That's how we do our course outline. But then you just look for teacher training position rather than you use Okay, all right, we are ready. Christiana, you are the only one that was finished. So now you're gonna start.
Okay, to ask us to identify what's on the board in the syllabus.
Yeah.
I really didn't see any kind of allocation. I didn't see materials needed. I saw textbooks recommended at the back. And there wasn't anything much after that.
Okay. All right. So, what about the exam? What type of placement test, achievement test, or other is used to assess students' learning? They explained about the exam today, or somewhat. They tell you
They
about,
spoke about the CSEC exam, but I didn't see anything about like if you're doing a placement test for teaching the topics. I didn't see that.
yeah. All right, that's why the other question was to what extent. So, to what extent does the syllabus incorporate these things, if it is there. All right. Adrian, anything you want to add?
It's very limited in terms of outlining those things. I don't see where it speaks about the test. The only thing I see about material is probably electronic calculator, the basic things. So I don't see where the syllabus address much of these things.
When I look through the syllabus, I don't see anything stating, telling us what teaching methods to use. I don't see anything about how much time is required. And I think I was seeing was that the textbook, at the end of the syllabus, I was seeing textbook, like recommended textbooks and websites on page 38 from about right here. Another thing I was noticing was, what was I saying? Yeah. Another thing was when I was talking about teaching methods, the only thing I said teaching methods on was when I was reading the reports a while ago. But, like, for example, we're talking about a topic that students made mistakes with. And they were making recommendations as to what they expect teachers to do, but that is not included in the syllabus.
Kezia?
I agree with everybody. When they publish with how students' grades are determined, the only thing that they touch on that is to say that it's too paper and so all of it will. But they didn't even tell you if. But they said the total is 180 marks.
So 120 from one and 60 from the multiple choice.
Yeah, and then do the average. So I guess that's the only thing we talk
Bermuda?
The rest of it is in here, so I guess we can't talk. We can talk. Okay, so we basically agreed. We agreed with everyone. We did see some mention of materials in that they mentioned about a statistical diagram in one of the objectives, and it was something else we picked up. We forgot to pick up the example, but there was a couple of things where they did mention the material you can use. They didn't really get in specifically into the manipulatives that we can use. And also, we saw the textbook, the recommended textbooks, but that was just ones that they had recommended. And the last one, we saw it was transparent in the sense that it spoke to the careers that students can pursue if they pass this exam, or how it would assist them.
Okay, well said.
So what careers?
Well said. But recommended textbooks, very important, because they can't have a course where the students have no reference point. They can't go to a source. They can't go to a source to get a reference. So that is very important. All right. Next thing I want you to do. It's last thing. I'm just a bit tired now, but can I clean the board?
Yes.
Alright. So they tell you this. They tell you that the questions. The questions are set from knowledge.
I sent it to you. And it was her. She hasn't had a full piece. They don't do that. They don't need, they don't even need it at all. I mean, I don't even got to know what to do.
And this
I don't do it and get it out.
okay, you're gonna listen for the instruction now. What you alright. Now they're saying that the question that they give us.
No. Lady.
Are we ready?
Exercise.
Sure.
They're saying that the questions that they give us, the exam questions, they come from three main domains: the knowledge, comprehension, and reasoning. Remember that knowledge are what? Facts question, comprehension, test for what? Understanding. And then reason is just for their thinking. Now I want to go through the paper, just probably not all of the syllabus. But I want to look at the objective to see if we can identify the objectives that are for the knowledge question, for the comprehension, and for the reasoning. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you're going to look at the objective, and you're going to determine, is this objective aligned to a knowledge question, or a comprehension question, or a reasoning question? So is it that we're seeing these objectives on the paper because the exam is designed this way? Is it that the objectives are written this way also? The knowledge objective should be asking for facts or focusing on math facts. And the comprehension should be focused on understanding. And then the reasoning should be about thinking. So you're gonna go through to see if you see any trends there.
This is through the syllabus or the report?
The syllabus. You're gonna look at the syllabus. Remember the syllabus, you have some objectives. Are you following that right now? So you look at the objective. And can you identify some of the objectives that are knowledge, the ones that are for comprehension, and the ones that are reasoning objective? Because if the exam should be designed like this, it means that the objectives are to be aligned to the exam questions, or how the exam questions are set.
All right. Demonstrating stuff. This is, it says general objectives for computation. It's here. Appreciate the meeting. But the specifics, this one will be comprehensive, talk about what the specific students should be able to form comprehension. I guess this will be facts and knowledge. This was the correct ones, fractions, percent. This will be knowledge based. Well, I was there, demonstrate.
Which one?
We're supposed to look at all the objectives and then see which one it falls into.
General.
I think if we look at general, it's going to be different from the specific.
Just kind of general, look at the objective to see, are you seeing a pattern with the objective aligned to some of facts, so for understanding of what they need. Oh no, but it's specific. So you look at through generally, just browse through the different objective and are you seeing a pattern, whereas so the objectives are for facts, some are for comprehension and some are for thinking. So who is it? You want to see remember drawing?
As a general,
Very specific objective. But you're looking for, so are you seeing a pattern? You're looking for a pattern, like, but you can't look at all the objective. So you're looking like a pattern. So you can look at the first 10 or so, are you seeing a pattern where you're seeing some of the objectives are for knowledge, some are for comprehension, and some are for reasoning. Because if they're saying that the exam should be set this way, you want to look at the objective to see if the objectives are designed, are aligned to how the exam is set, which is important. Quite clear?
it's just a person that look on just general objectives.
Okay. Remember the general objective is the overall aim for that. Okay. Then we just analyzing the syllabus to see if it is really what it should be. Finish?
Yes.
Okay. Bermuda, are you finished? Fish. I'm not hearing you, Bermuda.
We put mute while we discuss, sorry.
Okay, are you working?
We're
Yeah.
sharing the information, so we have to.
Question.
Yes, all right,
But of course.
I don't know if it, I can't say it's cheap, but we're looking at this Venus taxonomy. And
I'm not hearing you.
we're looking at something that we see it from you previously, and we're going through the we're using the knowledge, comprehension, and reason, right? We're using the Bloom's taxonomy situation because the words will describe what we, I guess, envision of what it should say. Correct?
I'm not understanding you.
You're not telling us?
What are we asking? Never mind, Ms. McCarthy.
Never mind. Hold up. What's that?
Now, are you finished?
No.
Would you like us to go through?
Yeah, go ahead. Let them.
Why you guys? Now you want to do something.
Yeah, we did the first one, you dreamer. While you interrupting them.
I think,
One try.
you two. Good in the group.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing them. I'm not hearing two sets of students. Oh, I'm.
Well, that's why we put our stuff on mute, but then you went to Paris.
Okay. Christiana,
Yeah,
are you finished working?
yeah.
Adrian, you're finished. You're finished, Adrian?
Yes. Yes.
Alright, so Adrian, we're starting with you.
Yes. When you look at some of the questions, all questions draw from all the three domains. When you look at questions which ask to solve, simplify, calculate, state, or evaluate, they are actually basing that on knowledge.
Evaluate knowledge, not knowledge.
Well, not evaluate, but state. Solve, simplify, calculate, or state. For the comprehension, they ask to, you see, with the comprehension and the reasoning, they are similar, I guess. But for comprehension, when they ask for students to describe, explain, represent, I'm saying that some of these could go for reasoning as well, depending on the nature of the question. Right? So when they ask students to describe, explain, or represent, or determine, or even use, then that's comprehension. And for the reasoning, they ask students to prove, or to construct, or to draw, and also to locate based on a diagram.
All right, very good. Next, Christiana.
Yeah. I think Adrian did a comprehensive job.
You did, that's
We
what
did, we did. We actually did.
You all know what's going on, right? Okay, Bermuda, did you see a general pattern where the objectives were aligned to knowledge, comprehension, and reasoning?
Yeah.
She's asked. No, she said, what?
Nobody answering me.
Yes, these guys.
Instead of answering these.
No, I didn't. I heard what you said. You see a pattern. And these guys are very questions. So I would assume, or I would say, the pattern here is you see all three. You see knowledge, comprehension, and reason in mostly general and specific objectives.
You're supposed to look at the specific, not the general.
But the general? Oh, okay. Well,
not the general.
We see more of reason, of comprehension and knowledge.
Can some of them be crossed, meaning they're asking to do the same, somewhat of the same thing, like?
Yes, depending on how the question is designed, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we did see some that.
Go ahead.
We did see some that actually was showing you had to show some previous knowledge or knowledge, as well as showing that you had some thinking or some reasoning. Reasoning.
All right. Yes, I saw knowledge, comprehension, and reasoning. Some strange reason. I don't know if I'm the only one who saw this, but I'm certain that the knowledge to me was not really that stress. Oh, yes, good observation. But yes, the other things were quite heavy. All right, because knowledge questions, they are law-based questions. We don't want to give them a lot of knowledge. All right. Identify some strengths. This is the last thing before you go. Identify some strengths and weaknesses of the CSEC syllabus. What are some of the strengths and the weaknesses of the syllabus?
Judy. You make us close. Rick didn't put us his heels on. Miss Amy. My dad said he wanted me to change my name and okay.
That actually came in.
Strengths and
She do this, or you had both feet working with me. I'll point to it. After we go.
strengths is very weak too.
Sometimes that's his fault.
That depends.
Last is more with toilet paper, last is more with other things.
I don't know about that analogy. Come on, Kristen.
Last is sometimes more.
More is better.
Never. More leg is more headache. Okay?
What?
Come on, can we all focus?
More leg is. If last is more toilet paper.
Why are you always looking at me?
Last is more. If Sharman says last is more. You don't, but again, you are making.
Come on, guys.
Traffic cop might just don't know what a circle is. Well, you don't think I suggest it, but I'm bringing
What,
it.
less is more?
Not always less is more.
Not always.
Not always, I'm just saying.
Not always less is more.
Sometimes you have, like how they were saying, they had a time constraint in time, and maybe give all this to go through, sometimes less is more. If you had less to do, then, if you had less topics to teach, then these children will learn more.
Not only
Less is more. Correct, it's a lot of information to gather.
So that's what it's for, the youth things, your opinion.
The view is the fact
It's
of
gonna look at analyzing this.
the breaking
See,
is the
how it
fact.
makes us see the strengths and weaknesses.
example
So they look at a few things, do you think they're the strengths and
it has
weaknesses?
a reset pause or something like that. Where this is how that the period.
I tend to agree with
you first was ready now. But you didn't even know the you made up there.
Oh, I just want to say, I didn't get what you're saying.
You weren't listening.
No, I'm gonna tell why. Because your face was punctured like that. You had it over there, so. Like, I'm not trying to leave the
Hey,
teacher.
be- Keep doing it. You're Kristen.
It's a good night, God, take that now. Sean and all this is less. Sometimes it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. So are we saying that the quality, the students will get the quality of learning they need? That's it. You can lay it all out, but like that's fine. How much of that are they really gonna take?
But-
It'll be cheap, right? Because they said they only have 3 hours and it's been a 5-day week to take home.
Okay, but
And that's assuming that they're not looking at, like, you know what they didn't label in there? Prerequisites. They didn't say what the student should come with. So because we don't know that, we don't know whether or not, and they don't do like placement testing.
Okay, is this at the start or is it at the beginning?
We're looking at the entire syllabus. Let's see if we just start to see us. So I'm saying, if they're they should identify each prerequisite so we know what placement, so we know where the students are and where they should be headed. Or we look at there as the end result.
But this
So
is
this is
the
my
final
question, with this is, there's a lot of information in one report. If they go to report a smaller facilities, reporting the one section of report, and just as a separate report, these are the objectives to be accomplished in this test. Again, the duties of the knowledge. If it's smaller, that conveys report. Get that, or even quarterly report, who wants to read with it? You're going to just keep it directly. I agree with you.
Here's what we could do.
You're only identifying strengths and weaknesses, the rest of
Right.
write down some more.
I think what
Right
they,
or wrong.
I think that has it. What I think what should happen is
Alright.
these topics.
Still working?
So algebra.
Adrian, Crescentiana, Bermuda, is it working?
Still working.
You know what I'm saying? It's
Okay.
What's the four weaknesses?
Finish working?
weaknesses is it's too much to do. You're overdoing it. The strength is very difficult. But have to do it in reality. The other is not correct yet. So,
Right, and of course.
like I said, it's algebra probably first. Next.
But they know I cannot wait until next week.
Well, you're right, that's part of it, so you can incorporate
When
from
I
the
asked,
teacher
that
to
was
fit.
a bit.
It's
I
functional.
think that you, that don't be using.
Another weakness, it does not
So
mean
have
that
class next week, when I got,
in terms of the
so we
message,
tomorrow, so I took my class.
audio and a visual learner.
You know, package. Tomorrow is about to go next week.
But it's just, it's supposed to say what materials.
They kind of say, no.
But anything.
Very structured.
Yeah, you give them
You get to get favors,
a rough textile garment.
Yeah, because nobody has nobody work.
The rest of you have to use that.
Joe said we are teachers' pet.
I'm a teacher's pet. Why? Yeah, well, I made myself. You are Kyle. Don't say I get good time.
Have we identified another pet? Ms. McCarthy,
Yes, ma'am.
have we identified another teacher's pet?
No, Krista.
Joey, I knew it was you. You're on our team now. I feel you, Jomo. Everything's key here. Come right up.
But she's on my team, all right, Queen?
All right, Crystal, since you get so much trouble,
Yes.
you're going first.
I don't think you want me to ask this question because my classmates is my reference.
No, we like your analogy.
Well, I said, have you seen the Charmin toilet paper commercial where they say less is more?
Yes.
Yeah, so I said I think sometimes less is more. So I think they should have had one of their weaknesses that they had so much information that we're not too sure if the students are actually going to be able to grasp the understanding of each concept because it's a wealth of knowledge that they have to grasp in such a short period of time.
That's true. That's true.
And another weakness is that we noticed that they didn't really expand on every student's learning style, meaning it was more geared to a visual or audio learner. They forgot to incorporate things for a tactile learner.
So that wasn't yes. That's a possibility.
And also, we noticed that they didn't outline prerequisites, so we don't really know what what knowledge base they should know before they get to the class. So
very good. That's a very, very good one. Very good, Crystal. Very good. That's a good one.
Brandon didn't give that example.
So that's important. The point, the fact is, if you're going to write the syllabus, what are the prerequisites that a student should come with? What prerequisites? What should they know before? That's important. Very good.
Yes.
All right. So you're speaking for Bermuda, General Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, since Orange is the teacher's pet, he says yes, so we're going with Orantos, okay? Okay. Alright, Western Jamaica, Adriana,
Yes, miss.
what do you think?
In
What are
terms
the
of
weaknesses and strengths of the syllabus?
the strength is that it is designed to facilitate problem solving.
Okay,
So it can be used in society as a problem solving tool. I like the mark scheme, how it is outlined, because it seems as if even if students don't get the correct answer, they do get marks for the algorithm.
Good, very good.
Yeah, so. In terms of the weakness, I think there should be another method for assessing students' ability. Maybe an oral exam or a case study or something to that extent, I guess.
Okay.
Right.
So there's, yeah.
It should be.
Yeah, and I think that the exam may not be reflective of the topics covered based on how lengthy the syllabus is. I don't think the exam will really cover all the areas, right?
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, because the prerequisites for doing something is, I get to the same, but I also understand what you're saying. I'm going to talk about that. Alright, Chrysantiana?
Yeah, well, the strength for me would be that they actually outline both the general and specific objectives, so it gives you a bit of detail. I think that they could increase on the content, maybe. It should be a little bit more specific to assist the students to know exactly what they have to do. But basically, it's okay. Apart from the things that we did outline earlier about the like the time allocation or even the sequencing in terms of what to teach and then what next. Or suggested ways, like, you know, even if they probably organize this so that you can teach one after the next, but maybe they could give alternate ways. So you can teach number series and algebra or number series and steps. Like they could give other suggestions could be put in there.
Okay, alright, good. When are you going for the both of your Jomo or Casey? You guys decide who's going?
Jomo. Go ahead.
Alright, what I was noticing in the syllabus is that I would say like when I read, like for example, computation, and I look at the general objectives, they'd have these words like demonstrate computation skills, understand base model. But when I look at the specific objectives, it does look more like knowledge or like, I don't know, like, except like you have 10 topics, I say, for computation. And all this, like perform computation, convert among fraction, convert from one set of units to another, express in decimal form, write in standard form. Only number 8 where it says compare two quantities, it's in ratio that as is something, but in the general objective it's like how this make it so like they went to something. Or again looking at consumer arithmetic. Let's say for example in the general objective they were talking about develop ability to perform calculation required in normal business transaction and computing their budgets. And I don't say anything about budgets in the specific object.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it's like they have these, all I see in the specific object, calculate discount, sales tax, profit or loss, express as a profit, solve problems involving mark price, cost price, percentage profit, loss or profit, solve problems involving payments by installments for higher purchase, solve problems involving simple interest. I mean, looking when I say nothing about budget.
Yeah.
So you don't want to see him like the general objective and the specific are aligned.
Alright, that's it.
Alright,
Alright, that was good. So next class you need to take your course report, your exam report, and remember you need sample of the exam papers. You need to look at the exam papers.
Can you repeat? I'm hearing you clearly.
So I'm saying for the next class you will need your samples of some past CSEC papers, and you'll need the CSEC report. Next week we'll look at the CAPE.
Miss. The CAPE, you wouldn't see any CAPE past papers on this website.
Which year? They come at the pyramids.
Which one you guys doing?
Pyramids. If you want pure mats, you can get pure mats.
Alright, Joe will get pure mats for you.
Okay.
For everyone.
What will
And
Jomo
by
do?
the way, miss, one of the report for the pure mats that's like 139 pages, you know. Miss.
Yeah, because I'm saying that we just look at it, we can't look at everything. But the whole idea is to expose so you can have a general idea of some of the things. We can't look at everything.
Okay.
Even for the CXC report, we still can't look at everything. But we just give a look at it so you're exposed to some of the things. You guys as teachers, if you're teaching the syllabus, you have to find the time to take it and look at it for yourselves.
The thing is about this, remember it's 2 units, so.
Alright, so that's it for today. I'll see you on Tuesday. Have a good one.
Mr. McCarthy.
Okay. Miss.
Remember the campus.
Okay,
Adrian.
Bermuda.
Yes.
Go ahead, sorry, go ahead, Mr. McCarthy.
I know that the campus will be closed, right?
Yes.
So Miss Moore was saying that you should have Dr. Ahab,
Uh-huh.
yes, to see what she can do to check out some things, and then if not, we have to do some Skyping or something like that.
Well, we're gonna have to do Skype because if the alternative was to go to the ministry, and the ministry is also closing for the week. We're planning for a furlough day, so people have taken that week as their furlough week.
I don't know how to help you. Come to more.
So,
Come to Jamaica.
exactly. I hate that, but I wasn't. I'm not going to be in class, and so I was trying to help my fellow colleagues.
Come to Jamaica.
So Skyping will be better for me because I'm going to be on the trip.
All right. All right. So somebody needs to send me an email because I don't know. But it will be recorded. The class will be recorded.
Yeah, but we don't have access to Orbi.
And we need to get the recordings straight away. We need to get it right after. We get it like after.
I haven't received the recordings for the last on Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, you got them? Or you haven't?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
You haven't?
So we need to just get the recordings. All right. Let's think of that if we don't have any other option.
Yeah, all I feel like participate. Don't try to have.
So, but somebody needs to send me an email. All right, just need to send an email after you figure out what is happening. Wait for me.
Joe, we're rushing me. You know why, right? I know why. When you come out.
Everybody has to go on that.
Okay, guys, I'll see you around. Goodbye. See you on Tuesday. If
All
anything, I think goes right.
Hey, Adrian.
Yeah.
Send me an email tonight, please. And remember, Chris was in our group too.
Yeah. I'm gonna email you guys later.
All right, cool.
Hold on.
Crescentiana.
Hi, Adrian.
I sent you an invitation on Skype, okay?
Yeah, I accepted already. I accepted already, sorry.
Okay, alright. So I'll see you, okay?
Okay, alright then.
Thank you.